Okay, we're live, Chair.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Okay, welcome everybody. This is the Planning Committee being held at 6 p.m. on the 11th of February 2021. Due to government guidance on social distancing and the COVID-19 virus, the Planning Committee on the 11th of February is going to be held virtually. Obviously, a recording of this will be on the Council's webcast channel at thurrock.gov.uk/webcast. And of course, an audio recording will also be available on the Council's website within 5 working days of this meeting. Okay, so with that, what we'll do, we'll open up the agenda. First off, let's go for apologies for absence. Wendy, do we have any apologies for absence?
Yes, Chair, we've received apologies from Councillor Potter.
Councillor Potter, okay, fantastic. Okay. Not fantastic, in fact, he's not here, just let us know. Okay, right, so let's go on to the minutes of the meeting held on the 7th of January 2021, found on pages 5 to 24. Were there any comments on the accuracy of the minutes? No, no further comments. Okay. Councillor Rice.
Yeah, it was a matter of arising, if that's appropriate, Chair. I did ask a question about Langdon Hills, you know, how we were getting on. In particular, I'm interested because we've had those emails over this last week or so. And I'm interested which planning policy prevents C2 care units from being let out by the legal owner to qualifying residents on assured short-term tenancies. Because if you look at it, if we were to pass an application for housing, we wouldn't be saying to the applicant, oh, you can only sell those, you can't rent them. And I would be interested if, obviously, Lee could give us some guidance on that, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rice. Actually, what I'll do, I will raise one point I wanted to. I have had, so I received those emails this week also from the developer, and you would have received a response from Ian. What I think we need to do, obviously, when we're doing the business of the agenda, we need to stick through. I have had a couple of complaints come through from developers after last month's meeting in reference to going off the agenda. I think I allowed members to, debate when we were still under the terms of questionings. So I need to, we need to really take, anything that's not on this agenda offline. You will be able to obviously liaise with officers. If you don't think you're getting anywhere with the officers, then you can take it up. I assume your options would be to take it up with your respective boss, Councillor Kent. So I apologise. I'm going to have to stick to this agenda this evening, and it's only based on those complaints. In terms of Langdon Hills and the developers, just very briefly, preferences that those remain freehold. I don't like leasehold. I think there's nothing stopping those developers selling that site on a later date, and who knows, we could end up with any unscrupulous developers, and I don't like. So my preference is freehold, but as I said, I don't want to I can't get into the debate, unfortunately, and we'll have to stick to the agenda, but more than happy to take that offline.
Yes, okay.
Thank you, Gerald. Did I see Councillor Byrne? Did you have your hand up? We're looking at minutes of the meeting. Thank you.
No, sorry, you answered my question, mate. That's fine.
Okay, fantastic. All right, and so we're happy with the minutes of the meeting held in January, yes? Agreed.
I suppose, Chair, just to follow up, just as a matter of interest, on page 6, obviously I did refer to Langdon Hills. Can Lee give us an update on Langdon Hills and Malgraves Farm as they are in the minutes? To what extent we now are proceeding with the 106s? Because as I mentioned last time, Chair, Malgraves Farm, as you're probably quite aware, we can't hand the hospice over until the applicant has the 106. And I'd be interested on Lee's update on those two applications, to how close we are now getting to a planning certificate going across to these developers so they can move along.
Okay. Again, it's in the minutes, so I'll bring Lee in. It's up to Lee whether he takes that further. It might be something he wants to take offline. Lee, what was your thoughts on that?
Thank you, Chair. Just I guess in the interest of progressing business on the agenda this evening, it's probably best that we do send members of the committee an update on those two items. We can send that in writing. That can set out the situation in full, and it allows us to move on with the agenda this evening. Thank you.
Fair enough.
Okay, fantastic. We're happy to agree the minutes of the meeting, yeah?
Yes, most definitely.
Okay, all right then. So with that, we now go on to item 3, which is items of urgent business. And I've not agreed to any items of urgent business. Thank you. We'll go on to number 4. Now, I'm after declarations of interest, only after declarations of interest at this stage. Does anyone have anything they'd like to state? No. Okay, fantastic. Councillor Byrne.
Yeah. Well, it is an interest, and I don't know when is the time to do it, but can I ask, as I'm very interested, the railway project is taken off the agenda as we have not got the full picture. We don't know about money. We don't know about whether it's been tendered or not. We're saying things may change. There's all sorts of things in there, and all we're going to vote on is a bit of the plan, and it's not fair on the commuters. It's not fair on us to actually vote on something that may never happen. So I don't know what point I do that, but I want to request that that's taken off the agenda because we have not got enough information, and even Anna Eastgate on Monday didn't have a clue. So I don't think it's right that this should be on the agenda until we got the full picture. So if that's a declaration of interest, I've got a declaration of interest.
Okay, thank you. Well, look, the item is on the agenda. It's not something that we can take up under items of interest, but it is, of course, something that you can absolutely discuss when we get to that item. I mean, if you wanted, there are options. There's approval, there's deferral, there's rejection, and so there's plenty of options available when we get to that item. But I understand what you've said.
But we will. If you're voting just on that project, it will fly through, won't it? And it's not right to fly through because there's so much behind it. So it shouldn't even be on the agenda. So when do I get the vote to strike it? Is that now or later?
It will be when we discuss the
Thank
item
you.
on the agenda.
With that, brilliant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Byrne. Thank you. Okay, then. Does anyone have any declarations of interest? I don't think I saw any. Oh, Councillor Rice.
No, it's okay, Chair. That's all right. It's under number 4 that I have to. Number 5, sorry, receipt of correspondence.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Councillor Lawrence has her hand raised.
Me too, Chair. It's item 5. I've jumped the gun. I waited to get in early.
Okay, thank you. Oh, and I'll come back to both of you. Okay, so there's no further declarations of interest. What I'll do now is we'll go on to item 5, and I'll go to Councillor Rice first, and Councillor Lawrence. And obviously, if you need to declare anything on behalf of the whole committee, because we were all seated, please feel free to do so.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, we did receive some correspondence from the Kemp's Farm. That's 20-01394 /0 UT. So that's one. Obviously, the other one, I think there was some correspondence by email, was the former motor company, Arrowsdale Avenue. That's come back. That was on 20-00827 /FUL. And I believe those were the two that certainly I've received emails for, and I would imagine that everyone else has as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, Councillor Rice. I've definitely got the Kemp's Farm one. Councillor Lawrence, did you want to come in there?
I also received a late email this evening of a photograph from a resident. I think that was to do with the Kemp's Farm. Actually, I thought I was looking at the planning application, but it turns out it was a traveller site because they were so similar. I don't know if anybody else had one of those sent to them. And the other thing I'd like to declare is that I had a strange, well, not, I shouldn't say strange, but I've had a telephone call from a Mr. Chris Nixon and his colleague, someone called Dean, concerning applications of building, and I recommended that they contact their local ward councillor and that I would be declaring this evening.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Councillor Lawrence. Did anyone else have any declarations of correspondence, any other emails that have been floating around or phone calls? I don't think I've had anything else. Just a couple of speaker statements, but we ought to receive them. Okay, fantastic. Councillor Shinnick.
Yeah, just to say I received the Kemp's Farm email as well.
Excellent, thank you. Okay then, so I think that's everyone. So with that, we can now move on to planning appeals. Obviously, you'll see those appeals found on pages 25 to 40. Does anyone have any questions I'd like to field to Lee? Lee or John, would you like to, anything you'd like to say? No, nothing. All right then, okay. Lee, you coming in there, sorry?
Sorry, Chair. Just to say the reports for noting, but as always, if there's any questions, members have the team here to be asked.
Okay, thank you. Okay, no further questions. Okay, so with that, we'll now go on to 7, which is a public address to the Planning Committee, and that now allows us to open up the remaining items on the agenda. We have 6 on here this evening, 3 of which are deferrals. But the first item we will be starting with is item 8. That's 20/00273/DCO Thurrock Flexible Generation Plant, Fort Road, found on pages 41 to 156. Let's head there now. And Chris, I understand you'll be presenting this report. Thank you.
Sorry, Chris, before you start, Councillor Fletcher, are you still there? Okay, I think we might have lost Councillor Fletcher. He's showing us on hold. I can't bring him back into the meeting. So if we continue with this, he won't be able to participate on this item.
Okay, we'll give it a few moments, a few minutes maybe. Is there any way you can try and make contact with...
Hold on, he's back. Councillor Fletcher, can you hear us?
Yes, sorry, folks, I can hear you. I've got a wife trying to get back from London, so every so often I end up disappearing. What was the question? I will try and sound like I understand the answer.
No, it was just us checking that you're still there, Councillor Fletcher, because you're showing us
I'm very
on
much,
hold.
yeah. I'm not all there, but I'm still there.
Okay, just bear in mind that if you do cut out at any point during the presentation or this item...
Then I will be banned from voting, yes.
Yeah, okay.
I very much have that in mind.
Okay, thanks.
Excellent. Okay, Chris, would you like to proceed? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'll just get the presentation ready to share on the screen. Hopefully everybody can see that. Just maximize it. Okay, so this is an application for a development consent order, so it's not a planning application. A development consent order is dealt with through the planning inspectorate, and this is a process where the planning inspectorate are the examining and the determining authority. The council is host borough, but are, of course, an important consultee to this process. And before you this evening is a cover report with 2 appendices that include 2 separate reports. One is called a local impact report, which assesses the technical details of the application, and the other is a written representations report, which expresses an opinion on the application in terms of the council's position. The application follows a tight timescale set by the Planning Inspectorate, and these reports will need to be submitted to the Planning Inspectorate soon after this planning committee. So any comments and points raised by members can be considered through the process, as the recommendation of the committee report is to agree both the local impact report and the written representations report, taking account any further comments that arise. The process is the same that followed the Tilbury 2 development. If members are familiar with that, that application had a similar process where we referred 2 reports to the planning committee a couple of years ago now. So a similar approach to that. This process, as I say, is dealt with by the Planning Inspectorate. So onto the proposal itself, it is for the construction and operation of a flexible generation plant that would produce electricity via gas-powered reciprocating engines with an electrical output totaling 600 megawatts. Associated with the power production is a battery storage facility to store up to 600 megawatts and an output of 150 provided to the grid when needed in terms of periods of high demand. The idea of the called a flexible generation plant is that a switch can be switched, and these power stations, the electricity can be generated quickly through these gas engines, which is different to a normal power station like the former Tilbury power station, which with turbines takes up a lot longer to get going. So it's the idea being that when there's a need for electricity in the grid, this system can be switched on and provide electricity. The proposal also includes quite a large red line site area, which you'll see in a moment, and that is to allow connection to the mains transmission gas connection, which is to the east of the site, and also to electricity connections to the neighbouring Tilbury substation directly to the south. Other works also include the Hall Road and access road for the construction purposes, and a causeway to the south of the sea wall of the River Thames. Again, it's all for construction purposes. The proposal also includes common land exchange, so moving Walton Common south of the railway to the north of the railway, and habitat creation facilities as well to improve the biodiversity as part of a benefit to the scheme. The proposal will be designed to operate for up to 35 years and will only involve a small number of people on site. I think it's up to about 6 people during the operation period. During the construction period, there are obviously more people, 250 to 350 during the construction period. The applicant's reasons for location, I'll come onto the slide actually to show you the application site. The application's reasons for location to this existing site is because of the electricity and gas connections. So a flexible generation station can provide electricity in times of need, and so we'll be running all the time, and the gas-powered engines would benefit from the fast start-up and shutdown process, as I mentioned. So this is a red line. As you can see, it's a very large red line area. Not all of that land within that red line area is for to be developed, and I'll come on to the areas where it will be developed in the slides that follow. But this just needs to show in terms of the east areas where the gas mains connection is, and can't quite make it out from that plan. But there's you can see the Walton Common, which is shown on the Ordnance Survey. That would be located to the north of the railway line. So I'll just come on to some photos to show what the site area looks like at present. Well, this is the electricity substation which was obviously used as part of the former Tilbury power station, and the proposal is to site this building and the power station and the battery storage facilities between the rows of pylons, so on that greenfield area. That's a view from the ground level of the pylons in the area, and that's another view. So that's looking kind of west towards, or southwest, I should say, to the River Thames. And again, you can see the green and the kind of cut field there where the power station would be proposed. You've got the railway line, sorry, to the north, and the former power station, which at the time this photo was taken, was being decommissioned and demolished. The site is in the green belt. Obviously, lots of it is in the green belt, apart from 2 small areas. So the proposal would be development within the green belt, so we'd have to follow the normal green belt considerations as you look at through planning applications. There is, as a development consent order, also referred to as a national significant infrastructure project, a set of national planning policies that apply to that need to be considered as part of this process. So that they're different to the MPPF, but there are policies on energy that are referred to in the local impact report within there. And again, they assess green belts similar to the same approach to the MPPF from a consistency point of view. In terms of why this site's located, I think this plan really does show what's there in terms of electricity infrastructure. The pylons are the black lines. The red lines, if you can see those, are where the proposed development is to be sited. Again, it's as close as possible to the substation directly to the south, and that shows that area. The development zones. So to get a better understanding of how the development would work in terms of the areas and what's proposed in each area, there are a series of development zones, and there's also a schedule of works. There's a helpful table in the local impact report that explains what's happening at what location, but I'll just summarise that here. In terms of the green area, the green zone in the middle of the plan, that's zone A, where the proposed power station and battery storage would be constructed. The purple area to the south, that is showing the haul routes to the causeway to the south, obviously to the river, but also the line out blue towards Fort Road Bridge and the public highway connection, which would use the upgraded road next to now serves Tilbury 2, and that would be the main route in terms of the construction process. Another route is proposed in via Station Road and via sea, but that, again, that's a secondary route and designed more for the operational period in the future. To the north of the railway, you've got another sort of purpley zone and a pink zone there. That's where the purple one is the exchange common land, because if you're losing common land, you have to replace it somewhere else, and that's where that's proposed there. And those kind of pinky red areas, if you can see those, are the habitat creation areas. There's also habitat improvement around all parts of the site as well. The blue area is the light blue area, shows the area where there would be the link to Station Road, but also that would include the underground gas connection point, which then heads east via another sort of purpley magenta type colour all the way to the east of the site to the mains transmission gas point. So this is a zoomed in plan to show an illustrative appearance of what the power station would look like, because this is very similar to an outline planning application. So we have illustrative plans to show what it might look like. The actual details themselves would be secured through a process after the decisions, after approval's been granted, if that's what the Secretary of State decide to do, and that would be for a process called requirements, which is very similar to a planning condition. So the details will be provided to the council for us to approve the design and appearance of those structures that would be located, or if you like, the final design of them. But this gives you an idea of the layout of how they would look on the ground. The battery storage is to the left of the picture. You've got some surface water drainage areas in between, and then you've got the power station areas. And that sketch gives you a kind of a annotated area of where where those proposals would be, into kind of zoning and things like that, and links to the substation, which is have its own substation, but also connects the grid further to the south. And that's another illustrative type of plan, again, a bit more zoomed in, the one you saw earlier, just to give you an idea of what that could look like. There's various versions of these in the submitted documentation, but that's one of the illustrative examples. From a visual point of view, this is what the power station would look like. So it does have some chimney stacks, and there's a number of chimney stacks shown there. They would be up to 40 metres high, so nothing quite as high as the previous Tilbury Power Station chimneys. So they're the highest parts of the development, and probably obviously the ones that would have most effect from being seen from wider areas. But other buildings would be up to about 20. It allows for up to 20. It doesn't mean they'll all be 20 metres high. Like the chimney stacks allows for up to 40 metres high. It doesn't mean they're all going to be 40 metres high. There might be less, depending on the technology that's used at the time of the construction. So another plan that shows another sort of 3D plan, and in the top one there shows you the kind of like warehouse buildings where the battery storage areas would be, and again we've got the power station showing as well. Now we'll turn on to some landscape visual plans that are submitted with the application. These are all like photo montages, which are landscape photographs that which impose the development as it would be seen, to give you an idea of how it would look like. So this is one taken from the southeast of the public open space south of Chadwell St Mary, and you can see in the distance there the chimney stacks. As I say, they're the most notable features of this development. And here's another one from the bottom of Gun Hill, Cooper Shaw Road and Fort Road, the junction there, that triangle junction looking south. That's what they would look like. Again, they look similar height to the pylons in that respect from that location. And again, there's some more plans there. Sorry, some more photo montages. That's from the church, the graveyard of the church in West Tilbury. So that's further up the hill, looking down. This is from what would be the access from Station Road. So if you go across the current railway level crossing, you then take a right, and that's where the access, one of the accesses would be proposed. And again, that's the facility in the distance between the pylons. Again, the developers try to site them in that location for obvious reasons of being less intrusive into the countryside from a landscape perspective, as well as the greenbelt visual impact. East and southeast from Fort Road, that's another image to show. Again, looking that way. And there's one from Fort Road Bridge, that's just the north part of the bridge, looking kind of east. And this one's taken from Tilbury Fort, or just outside the Tilbury Fort, just to the north, but there's obviously the moat that goes around it. And it's taken from the brick wall area by looks of that photo. And you can see the sewage area, sewage plant next door. And there's also Tilbury 2 there, which you can't quite see, but that's all over there as well. And there's some existing and proposed. I think probably give you a bit more help in terms of seeing the landscape as it is at the moment to the top, and then how it would look in the image to the bottom. And again, the same with Fort Road Bridge, different sort of perspective, but the same approach. This plan shows the location, the red line from the Fort Road access near Fort Road Bridge. So the same access that serves Tilbury 2, but the red line shows how delivery of more the aggregates and construction process through there. The idea of the causeway, which goes to the south of this, or the bottom part of this document, is for abnormal loads. So the idea being that a barge will deliver the gas engines, which are made abroad, to the site via the barge, and then be transported to the site via those routes shown. The idea being, of course, that this doesn't need to use the public highway network or cause problems in that regard, because obviously abnormal loads are going to be bigger than your normal HGVs and things like that. So it can be, by bringing it in through barges, the most sensible approach to doing that. And this is a plan to show the causeway. Just give you an idea. That's on the seaward side of the seawall. And this is the best image that you can really see in terms of where it would go. So it does affect the intertidal zone. So other agencies other than the council would be involved with that, such as the Port of London Authority, the Marine organisation, as well as the council would have some say on that as well. In terms of cumulative impact, I'm sure someone's probably going to ask how this relates to Lower Thames Crossing. You can see the purple hatched area is the site, or order limits as they're called, through this development consent process. So the red line is the site itself, the order limits for this power station application, but the purple one is the land take for Lower Thames Crossing. Although obviously the road itself won't take up all of that space, you can kind of work out from the tunnel showing across the hatchings showing across the River Thames where the kind of the route of the road would go. And in terms of this application, the only bit that the conflict is where the gas pipe goes from east to west, but the applicant, in terms of east to west, the mains transmission system, the applicant is on board in terms of discussing with Lower Thames Crossing the exact location of that gas pipe. So if consent's granted for this, and consent's granted in the future for Lower Thames Crossing, that the gas pipe would be accommodated within that development. Also shown in green is the area for Tilbury 2, which is obviously consented and now operational. And just for clarification, as we're dealing with all the development consent, all applications in this area. The orangey is the for the London resort, and there's now an area to the in the Thurrock area, which most of the site itself is to the south of the river over in Kent, but there is an area for car parking and terminal location near the cruise terminal. That application has just been accepted by the planning inspectorate, so in a few months' time, no doubt, perhaps by the summer, there'll be similar reports like these ones you have here for London Resort. But that gives you an idea of where that is in terms of cumulative impact of the development consent order applications or approvals within the area. So in summary, and there is an executive summary on page 49 of the agenda of the local impact report, which goes through each material planning consideration and the impacts where we have to assess them in accordance with the planning inspectorate's guidance on whether there's a positive, a neutral or a negative impact. That table on page 49 goes through each material consideration in detail, but in summary, the main consideration here is the principal consideration of the impact on the green belt. So this proposal would provide a critical need for electricity demand, security and network resilience, along with the locational factors I mentioned in terms of the infrastructure, electrical infrastructure for choosing this site, and is a national significant infrastructure project. So it has more meaning than just Thurrock in terms of the contributions of electricity to the grid. In planning terms, these are all forming factors as very special circumstances, and they outweigh the harm of what is inappropriate development in terms of the construction of the power station and the plant equipment, and the impact upon the openness of the greenbelt. Like always with greenbelt assessments, we have to take a view on those, and it's a balancing exercise, and the balancing exercise needs to fall somewhat over the one side of the fence for very special circumstances to exist, and they do exist in this situation for this development. So in terms of the reports, the recommendation of the committee report is to agree those reports, so we can then pass those on to the planning inspectorate as the council's position through this DCO application. As I say, this is a consultation process. There's still a long way to go in terms of the examination process, which is shortly to start and is subject to a number of deadlines, hearing processes, which starts from March and runs to August. So whilst this is a snapshot now, and there's no doubt still work to be done from the applicant's point of view through this process, and in terms of some of our responses to the points made in our local impact report, they will be filtered through that examination process, which is led by the planning inspectorate. Thank you, Chairman. Over to you.
Okay, thank you, Lee. Thank you, Chris, for that very detailed report. That now opens up to questions. I can see Councillor, is that Fletcher, then Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Chair. Particular thing I just wanted to raise a question about. There seems to be a lot of activity related. Basically, this application seems to be talking about putting a lot of activity between the site and the river. Can you tell me a bit more about the riverbank at that particular place? We've got the causeway, we've got a fair amount of heavy plant operating there. What's the impact going to be on that part of the bank of the Thames?
Yeah, of course. Just bear with me. I'll just see if I can upload that presentation to take you to some slides. So that's in terms of the causeway proposal. It's in that location. There is obviously the existing sea wall there. That'd have to be broken through to allow the development, but that would be managed through floodgates and things like that. This is all. If I come back to that plan, that might be easiest to see. It's all, actually I'll try another one. It's all to the east of existing development areas where you've got the Tilbury 2 location with its roll-on and roll-off facilities and the former piers associated with the former Tilbury power station. This is all to the east of that. So there's no interference with the riverbank or existing infrastructure, which is all to the west of the site for the causeway part of the development.
Okay, thanks, Chris. And at this stage, are we in a position to make any stipulations in terms of, okay, you're going to have to remove a part of the sea wall? Can we actually stipulate that they replace or update the defences at that point?
The Environment Agency involved with this. They manage the flood defence. Flood defences down here. They're a consultee, as many other consultees are in this process. They need to report to the planning inspectorate on the process, and I'm sure, well, no doubt, they will be commenting on the impact on the seawall and the flood defences there. And if needs to be upgrades and things like that, that can be secured through the process. Hopefully that reassures you.
So I'm not sure it does actually. So effectively, if we're giving it the green light tonight, we're not in a position to know what impact that would have on the flood defences.
All we know is there's the causeway going in. As I say, we're a consultee. We're in that process. It's different to what we normally have, where we're at the end of the process when we're considering planning applications. We're in the process where we're a consultee, so the Environment Agency. They will report to the planning inspectorate in terms of the impact on the flood defences and what is required. The applicant is fully aware of and has investigated this fully before reaching the proposals for this. And as I say, there'll be gates or measures in place so that the flood defence remains intact when vehicles are not crossing through. If you like to visit this, obviously you have to have normal loads taken off of a barge onto a lorry and taken to the site. So when that's not happening, the flood defences will be maintained in terms of being closed off. So we've still got that protection to these areas of land.
Well, we assume that because we're not at the stage of seeing what the plans are actually going to do for that part of the.
Well, there would be like planning conditions. There's requirements, and there's a list of requirements within the schedule of the proposal. Those requirements would require details, and there probably need to be finer details than what we've got at the moment about exactly how that would operate. As I say, this is like an outline application, so it's all some of the details will come through the requirement process, which is like planning conditions, and that will deal with those matters if it's not clear at the moment.
Okay, so that is more reassuring. But as a consultee, are we in a position to be able to say, well, hang on a second, our approval would be subject to satisfactory answers on this?
Well, our response would be the response to this part of the consultation process, and there's still, if you needed points to be raised, we can take those away and obviously raise those or review those and work with the Environment Agency on any concerns you have in terms of flood defence things, and of course we can update you as the process moves along, just so you're aware of
Personally,
that.
That would be a point I'd want to raise, Chris, just on the grounds that we've been lucky so far. We haven't had any major events, but those flood defences are in place for a reason.
Of course, yes.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Takes us over to Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Chair. Chris, I take it the bulk of the traffic will come down the A1089 and get into Fort Road, etc. that way. We won't have any traffic coming through Chapel St Mary.
No, you're right. That is the route. It's the route down to the Asda roundabout from the strategic road network, and then to the west side of Tilbury. So as the route goes to the port at present, and it would use that route and the new road all the way to the site, and that's mainly the construction traffic for the construction period. Once it's operational, there isn't going to be any traffic. There's going to be like six people on site, so there'll be minimal traffic movements. In terms of the construction period, just so you're aware, and I think it is in the local impact report, there is a separate application for a site somewhere else in the borough. I think it's the Arena Essex site, where the developer's looking at having a site where people drive to, and then they can get a minibus or a bus provided by the developer to the site to ensure there's not huge traffic movements added to the A1089 and the Asda roundabout and those routes to the site. So again, that's a opportunity being looked at in terms of reducing traffic input with this development. But the development itself, as I said, is between about 250 to 350 people on site at the maximum busiest time. So it's not as busy as some sites in terms of construction and operational measures.
Okay, right. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rice. Steve Taylor.
Thanks, Chair. Just a quickie, Chris. But early on in your presentation, you said something about an existing site. It's predominantly the existing sites. Was that just a sort of a slip of words, or because it strikes me it isn't an existing site as such?
No, you're right. It's not an existing site. I think I was perhaps referring to the existing infrastructure in terms of the Tilbury substation that remains as from the former obviously the power station was to the south. That's all been demolished, but the substation, which is owned by National Grid, that's all there still, as is all the pylons. Which again, this is why this site's being looked at for this purpose, to use that existing infrastructure. That's probably what I was referring to.
Okay, yeah, and that makes sense. And I understand why it needs to be located where the infrastructure exists. My second question, you talked about these chimneys. Would I be right to presume that these chimneys are actually exhausts?
That's it. You're right. Absolutely, they are to emit obviously burning gas to make the power stations is emitting fumes and emissions from those chimneys. That's why they're there, or would be there.
Yeah, I was just trying to understand why you would need a chimney and rather than an exhaust. But in this,
well, sorry, I called it chimney. It's a stack. We know referred to as stacks.
Yeah, that's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. Okay, thanks, Chris. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Were any other hands raised? I couldn't see because I've got the PDF in front of me. Did anyone else have any questions? I do have a couple myself.
Yes, Chair. It was
Councillor Lawrence, is that?
Thanks, Chair. I've got a similar question to Councillor Fletcher, actually, when he was discussing along the seawall along there. If you look a little bit further along there, I'm sure the officers know that the pathway is totally collapsed. It's shut off from public, but the people normally walk from Coalhouse Fort to Tilbury Fort. Is there any implementation or any conditions you can put in so that if a seawall structure is made safe for this application, that it can include a little bit further along to help this out? Because this has been going on 2 years now, and people still aren't allowed to walk along. Because obviously, if this area is collapsing, what's going to stop it from collapsing further along where this station is going to be?
Well, in terms of the...
Sorry, Chris. In addition to what Councillor Lawrence has said there, is there any additional funding from this project that could use to spruce up that part of the area? Just out of interest.
In terms of the seawall, it comes back to the Environment Agency. I'm not quite sure exactly the area where there's issues with the path and whether that's associated with other developments that have been using the river frontage down there, like Gosham's Farm. I don't know if it's that site or near that site. I'm not too familiar with that. I know Mr. Keen's on the committee, whether he's got some knowledge of that. If that's affected it.
I find it farmer and Porter both arguing. So if there's any additional funding to go into the pot, it would help, wouldn't it?
I understand. I was just going to say the Environment Agency, obviously, as the consultee, may be seeking funding through the applicant, through the process to make any improvements there to the seawall area if it's collapsed near the seawall. If it's the path themselves, then it's something we can consider through Section 106 contributions. I don't need to speak to our highway and footpath officer in terms of that. It probably needs a bit more investigation before I can really answer the question in terms of whether we can achieve that. But Section 106 could be used if necessary in upgrades, but that would obviously need to be agreed with the applicant before we can confirm that is definitely can be provided. All we need to deal with in terms of this process is what's in the red line area in terms of what their proposal is, and as I say, they'll keep the footpaths open. There'll be a banksman employed at the location where the causeway is proposed, where the vehicles would be crossing for obviously safety reasons, as well as the flood risk reasons I mentioned as well. So people can still walk that path along the seawall area in that location.
Thanks, Chris, and I'm sure Councillor Salmon would be interested in that as well. That's the nearer ward.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Yeah, I think really, Chris, obviously we are here to obviously pass on a recommendation. But obviously, committee members are saying that we're going to have a large infrastructure. It's going to bring jobs to the borough. It's going to bring plenty of redevelopment. But at the same time, we would like that part of the borough to be accessible to the residents. And if there is, I think, some small maintenance fees there to keep these pathways open, accessible, that is clearly a desire committees. Thank you. That's better. Councillor Salmons and Chris, if you could just know what I said there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm interested in that because obviously the seawall part is raised virtually weekly by residents. It has dragged on too long. And if they've got all this traffic sort of coming up and down the road there, I think they deserve to get that footpath reinstated. So I would be interested if this could be a condition.
No, Chris.
Sorry, I didn't catch all of that. I missed some of that.
I think what Councillor Salmons was suggesting there was, is there any way going forward that Section 106 monies could be used to improve the walkways and the accessibility of the river? Pretty much cementing what we suggested there about what can we get back from the project for our residents. Thank you.
Yeah, of course, we'll look at that with the, as I said, we're part of this, we're in an ongoing process, so there's no decisions being made in terms of the consent for the development, obviously, this evening, but taking on board what you're saying, we'll pick that up with the applicant in terms of seeing what we can achieve through that, through the process.
Okay, fantastic. Councillor Salmons, if you had a follow up there, please come forward. But yeah, really, as members as well, just keep an eye on it. And obviously remember that we've got this project, so remember to chase these sorts of funds for those sorts of projects. Councillor Salmons, you had your hand raised again.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I will keep my eye on that and see what process goes through. Because it is something residents complain about every weekend, that they can't actually do that walk any longer. It has dragged on for such a long time now. It should have been sorted, frankly.
Okay, thank you. No, thank you very much for that. It's a really important point you raised there. Okay, Chris, what I'll do, I've got just a couple of brief questions, and then we might move to a vote if no other hands are raised. In terms of vehicular movements, now, when we was looking at Tilbury 2, we were very concerned about the volume of traffic coming down. I think it was the A1089 on the Asda's roundabout. We really did feel once Tilbury 2 was built, it was at breaking point. So what infrastructure is there to protect what can only be more volumes of traffic visiting this site? And then the second point I wanted to raise was the Lower Thames crossing. Obviously, as a council, we're against it. I think when I was on the committee, I was always of the provision that, yeah, let's fight it. But if the Lower Thames crossing is coming, we need to try and make the best of it. And one of the ideas was always to have a form of link road to assist the Port of Tilbury 2. Obviously, as more and more developments take place on this part of the borough, does that change that particular application that we're about to see from Highways England? And I noticed that we've got a habitat zone on page 159. You would assume that that's potentially where a link road might go. Would that habitat zone cause any problems there? Thank you.
Thank you. Just looking at the traffic generation, it would use the existing road network, and obviously Tilbury 2 have spent a lot of money on upgrading the road network nearest to their access to their port. In terms of the construction process, and that is the only time where there's going to be a lot of, I say a lot, there's going to be traffic movements associated with the site, and we're looking at 80 two-way trips a day on average, so that's 40 HGV movements to the site through the construction process. so that's not huge numbers of vehicles compared to other sites, as I mentioned. In terms of the LTC and the link road, I mean, that's not part of this application. That would be something for the for discussion with the Lower Thames Crossing and the relevant team within the council that are managing that. Perhaps we can just take that note away and raise that with if that's all right with you, Chair, and the Assistant Director. And again, that would also, because there's no link road shown for this proposal, and it's not part of this proposal, because it's obviously separate, it would be for the Lower Thames Crossing. I don't know in terms of where that would go, if it would affect habitat locations. The previous link road I saw on the LTC plans, I think, was south of the railway. Might be wrong on that, but so it would affect this site. But as I say, the latest LTC plans that I saw didn't include that. So this application doesn't take into account that, because obviously this application is for the power station, not the Lower Thames Crossing link road, or the link road, if there is one, the Lower Thames Crossing. As I say, that's something we'd need to take up with the team within the council that's managing the Lower Thames Crossing.
Thank you very much for that. And as I said, look, the council don't want the Lower Thames Crossing. Some people, it depends on your opinion, they might not want that link road either. But that is a national infrastructure project. This is a national infrastructure project. So at least the two need to be aware of one another in case there was a desire to get that link road in. Because if you're going to put habitat zone in, you might stop that link. Now, some people might like that, some people might not. National infrastructure project. I think it should be made aware of it. That's all. As this project's rolling out, we don't know what's going to happen with Lower Thames Crossing. So it's just to make sure that the two national infrastructure projects are aware of one another. But I've got nothing further to add.
Of course, Chair, that's not a problem. And I mean, the plans before you were those shown in terms of being developed without that link road. But as I say, we're in a snaps of a position in time as part of the existing development consent order process. The planning inspector will no doubt be asking questions of that, and if the Lower Thames Crossing comes in as an application again for a development consent order, because it was submitted and withdrawn, if it comes in again, those planning inspectors who are the decision makers for the process will have to bear in mind all those factors in terms of their decision making process.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Chris. All right then. I don't believe any more hands were raised. Obviously, we do have a recommendation here this evening on page 42. It's recommendations A and B. We'll just go there now. Hang on. Have I got recommendations A and B? What page are they on? I've got 42 here.
Page 44, Chair.
44, there you go. Fantastic, thank you, Mike. Yeah, page 44, we've got recommendations A and B. Are we happy to recommend? I'm happy to recommend approval. Is that seconded?
Seconded, Chair.
Yeah.
Seconded by Councillor Fletcher, and agreed. Yeah, agreed. Is anyone against?
No.
No one's against. Okay, fantastic. Good work there, Chris. So we can say that reference land to the north of Tilbury Power Station, agenda item 8, 20/00273/PCO. The recommendations have been welcomed and passed on. Councillor Churchman, you had your hand raised. Thank you.
Chair, I believe the next two items, 9, which is Land at St Clair's and Barmore Hall, is deferred. I wasn't actually on them, so I'm going to have to, for a note of transparency, I'll just sit and listen.
Okay, then, fantastic. Thank you, Councillor Churchman. Yeah, okay, I assume we'll be on these for a little while. So, yeah, thank you. All right then, so with that we'll go on to agenda item 9. That's land part of St Clair's Hall adjacent to James's Court. And Nadia, I understand that you'll be taking this presentation forward. This is obviously a deferred item, and I understand since the last meeting effort has been made to alleviate members' concerns. So Nadia, did you want to update on how the developers got on?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I'll just share my screen now. That should hopefully appear shortly in front of you all. So while I wait for that to appear and haven't heard otherwise from anyone, as members will recall from the previous presentations and from reading the detailed report, this application is for the demolition of existing barns and the construction of a building containing 5 apartments with associated hard standing and landscaping. And this is a resubmission of a previously refused application for the erection of 4 terraced dwellings with associated development. The application site is situated within the Greenbelt to the west of Stamford Le Hope. The site, which is located to the south side of Stamford Road, was formerly part of a redundant farmyard, which also included a large car storage building. The area to the south of the site has been developed to provide 17 residential units. The site itself would be within an area which was proposed as an open area with landscaping under a previous approval. Access to the site would be via the access road within the current development, which links the site to the driveway that is shared with the St Clair's Hall Golf Club. The site is adjoined to the east by residential development fronting London Road and the cul-de-sac Oxford Road, and to the west by St Clair's Hall, which is a Grade 2 star listed building. This building was once a farmhouse, but is now used as the clubhouse for the golf club. On this aerial photo, you can see the site situated centrally here, with the barns and the hard standing. This plan shows the site designation within the green belt, and the green area shows that designation as green belt. This existing block plan to the left shows the location of the existing buildings and hard standing areas. The proposed block plan to the right shows the footprint of the proposed block of flats and the increased landscaping area. This plan shows the previously proposed site plan, which was refused. The siting of the proposal was much closer to Stamford Road with a much larger footprint and volume of built form. Additionally, there'll be less urbanisation and separation with the separate garden areas. The proposed building would be of steep pitched roof design with a front gable end. The design and features have been inspired by the present houses on the site, such as the steeply pitched roof, black windows and weatherboarding. These photos show this is the site entrance, if members remember, with the cycle store under construction and one of the barns in the background there. This is the view from the site from the south and facing north within the wider site, with the application site to the left-hand background obscured by the present properties. This is the site viewed from Stamford Road facing in a southwesterly direction. And the final photo shows the site from Stamford Road facing head-on with one of the barns in the foreground. The site is within the green belt, as I say, where a local planning authority should regard the construction of new buildings as inappropriate development. However, in this case, the proposal would fall under one of the limited exceptions to inappropriate development as set out in the NPPF under paragraph 145G, which states that limited infilling or the partial or complete redevelopment of previously developed land, whether redundant or in continuing use, which would have not a greater impact on the openness of the green belt than the existing development. The site is considered previously developed land, as the structures on the site are permanent and able to be judged against paragraph 145G. It is then necessary to consider whether the development would result in a greater impact on openness than the existing development. The apartment building would lead to less built form in terms of footprint, with a decrease in 69 square metres floor area. Whilst there's a modest increase of 17 cubic metre volume, this is very minor and wouldn't be perceptible. It's considered the location and the design of the apartment block would improve the current scenario, and there would be one building rather than 2 separate structures. In terms of the effect to character, the proposal would have a similar impact, and there would be a significant decrease in hard standing on the site. Therefore, the principle of the proposed development within the green belt is acceptable. In relation to the effect of the listed building, design, appearance, layout and scale, the proposal would be acceptable. And in terms of technical highway matters, the level of activity would also be acceptable. Other matters of detail are also considered to be appropriate, subject to conditions.
Okay, thank you very much for that.
Sorry, Chair, I haven't finished. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
No, my apologies. I was just trying to move along. Since this item was last presented to members, where concern was raised regarding unauthorised vehicle access, the applicant has installed knee rail fencing around the perimeter of the application site, ensuring that no unauthorised vehicle access could occur from the service road leading from London Road to the adjacent number one Clare's cottage. Here is the knee rail fencing in situ. And to summarise, the proposal falls within an exception to inappropriate developments within the Greenbelt. The proposal would rationalise built form on the site, and the additional landscaping would improve the appearance of the site. All other matters of detail are considered acceptable, and the recommendation is therefore to approve with conditions the application for reasons 1 and 2 as set out in your report, subject to the amended plans table in condition 2. Happy to take any questions at all.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Byrne.
Yes. Have you, after that presentation, seen the YouTube video today that ticks everything that you just said into touch? So I think it's something we should defer, and then you watch the video and see that it's no different to the last time we talked. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Byrne. Sorry, Councillor Byrne, you suggested obviously there's a video there. Could you just, I mean, obviously we've not got access to that video. What's what you're saying? Sorry, you're saying it's not effective, right?
Parking issues, problems. It's no different to what we knocked back last time. So all they've done is put a fence up. So apart from that, it's no different.
Nadia, obviously it might be quite difficult to come in there. What's because obviously what's your opinion on the mitigation that's been put on by the developer? Do you feel it's sufficient?
Chair. Thank you. As you can see from the photographs there, the knee rail fencing has been introduced, and on this plan you can see the pink line there where it would surround, and it indeed does surround, the proposed development site. Where it says photo A on the bottom left-hand corner, this is the existing access at the moment, which runs to number one Clare's cottage. There is already a rail fencing along this part of the service road. The developer has installed a new one here within the site, so that there is no physical access that can be achieved from that service road, from London Road to the application site. They could drive to Clare's cottage, but they couldn't get to the site. You know, I can't imagine anybody who would be visiting the site there within the broader development would go anywhere other than through the main access to the actual application site, because they couldn't physically drive to the site because of the obstructive fencing.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Byrne, sorry, just to bring you back in there. So what are you? What's your concern? Sorry,
just so the pictures you showed us totally out of context. Look at today's YouTube video, then come back to us. It is no change from before. There is problems. So we are we talking today, or what somebody has told her? Because you obviously not visited the site, because if you're there today, look at the YouTube video, you would say something different. The picture is not seeing what is actually happening. So I live there, I see it every day. So does Angela, so does many people. So we are not seeing what is actually happening. So it is a false picture, basically.
Okay, thank you for those comments, Councillor Byrne. What I'll do, I'll bring in a few more people. I think I had Steve Taylor, then Councillor Salmons, then Councillor Lawrence. Steve Taylor.
Thanks, Chair. Nadia, I noticed your comment. It was inspired by something or other. I still think it looks like it's inspired by a travel lodge or something similar. To be fair, what they're proposing, but it is in keeping, I guess, with what has already been constructed. But my question, when I look at the so I can see that site, and I know when we went there, that appears to have been covered in, I guess they're slate chippings or something similar. And on the diagrams that we see, where it talks about landscape buffers to the road edge and the tree line, and everything shown is green. And so I'm not sure, is that a temporary surface that we're in other words, once they've finished developing, that's then going to become green? Because as grey, the whole thing is just a not I wouldn't say it's attractive, and I wouldn't want to be looking at it, but it means that the diagrams which show lots of green, I'm looking at one that says proposed site plan, St Clair, Stamford Hope. It's one of the dovetail drawings. So it show, or sketches, so sorry, not sketches, a block plan. So that's showing everything around it as green, where in reality everything around it is very grey. So that was my question, really. Is what's there currently temporary, or is it meant to be green?
Thank you. It is temporary. The development is still ongoing, and indeed the development for this application obviously hasn't yet commenced. And this is where the photographs were taken earlier, shows where the development would be occurring. So that is not finished. The actual development overall hasn't finished.
That's great. Thanks very much, Nadia. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Right, I'll bring in Councillor Salmons, then Lawrence, please.
Yeah, thanks, sir. I can see on the pictures that this fence has been put in now. In fact, I've drove past there several times, and I can see your point. The cars can't actually drive to those front properties, but the first two properties, where that white car is on that picture, they drive in there because obviously it's virtually next to their property. But I've driven past there several times and seen parcel deliveries, postmen. So I understand that gets fenced off, and you've got no jurisdiction over that parking area because that is just St Clair's Hall. But it hasn't really resolved the problem. There are still unnecessary vehicles driving up along that original service road.
Okay, thank you. Nadia, can you go back to that diagram that you showed us at the beginning? Sorry, you showed us a red line article, Nadia. Thank you.
Yes, I can. I'm just trying to make sure I'm mute myself. Is that the flat plan you're referring to?
No, it's just a PDF showing the red line of that fence.
Yes, that was the fence plan here, where you see the pink line there and the pink and red line there.
Sorry, Nadia, you've cut off there, or I might have cut off. I do apologise. Let's have a look here. Oh, excellent. Thank you, Nadia. Have you got me back now, yeah?
Yes, I can see you. Can you see the presentation still?
I did, and then it's just gone off screen. I do apologise. I think that was my phone cut off.
No, mate, that's the plan, Chair, that shows where the knee rail fencing has been installed. Now, I haven't seen any YouTube video today at all, so I can't comment on something that I haven't seen. Now, there is an existing access from that service road that goes to Claire's cottage that you can see on the plan in front of you. There is nothing at the moment to stop a service vehicle delivering to those cottages on London Road using that access. The point of the knee rail fencing is that it actually prevents access going into the application site. It can't go any further there. So anybody visiting the application site would need to use the main entrance for the overall development.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Thanks for that, Nadia. Yeah, so basically what's happening is I do sympathise with the developer on this one, because obviously we're here this evening to discuss this new development, and he has clearly put that fencing up that protects the development we're talking about. What appears to be happening is there are, if you look at the houses sort of on the end near the alleyway, there would appear that they're parking. So as the fence curves, sort of run across the alley, and that's where the vehicles on the houses that are effectively not part of this development are parking. So I think that's what the concern is, but obviously I sympathise, because it's not, strictly speaking, anything to do with this particular application. Councillor Lawrence, did you want to come in with anything?
Yes, please, Chair. I'd just like to ask Nadia one question, and then I'd like to come back in later when we discuss it. My question is 4.7. It says, listed building advisor, he recommends amendments and suggested conditions. What does that say to you, Nadia? Is that he's not happy and he thinks things should be changed?
Apologies, Chair, I was just unmuting. Can I just ask Councillor Lawrence which point she was referring to again, because it cut out briefly. I understand you were talking about heritage, but I didn't hear the paragraph number.
Sorry, it's 4.7. It's got the listed building advisor. He recommends amendments and suggested
Yes. The amendments related to the detailed design relating to the proposal and the materials, and those are actually included as conditions within the application.
And what would they be then? Is it going to be changed from what we're seeing this evening, or is this it, what we've got now?
This is what you would be seeing on site, but subject to finer detailed changes regarding finer window design and sills and so on. It's nothing fundamentally different to what you've looked at this evening and indeed previously.
Okay, thank you.
Okay then. Was there any other hands, or did anyone have any more questions? Okay. I can't see any more. I can't see any more hands raised. Did anyone have any further comments? Because we do have a recommendation for approval, and obviously I will probably look to move that vote unless anyone comes up with anything else. Thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I have really. Looking at this, the original application, when it come through, it says the site itself would be within an area which proposed as an open area with landscaping. Well, obviously this is going to be taken away now. So this overall picture of what we had when we first gave permission is going to be totally changed. Now we've got the fencing. He's come back and gave us the fencing. But to be honest, we all know if we hadn't brought it up and made this part of this meeting, that wouldn't have been done. And now he's asking for approval on things that aren't going to be finished until it's too late for us to do anything about. We're supposed to rely on this applicant to do landscaping, sort everything out, and to be honest, I haven't got the faith that he can do it. I've walked around there this week. The place is still a mess. Nothing's finished. Before he's finished something, he wants to start another thing, and we've got no guarantees what it's going to look like. So to me, I agree with Councillor Byrne. I don't think this should go ahead. I think the applicant should just concentrate on what he's doing, perhaps come back in a few years' time, and then we'll see how we are then.
Interesting issue is where you pick her up at 6 in the morning, doesn't mean at 8.
Okay, I don't. I had something in the background there. Councillor Rice.
Yes, Chair. Yes, I'm a bit concerned, like Councillor Salmons and Councillor Lawrence. You know, I think it's. I don't think we've been really reassured the fact that, you know, this fence will be there forever. I mean, if it can be tied up on a section 106 that it has to remain there, then that means that he won't have access like he's got access at this stage. So that would be good, but we would need to see something in the 106, and perhaps Nadia can advise us on that.
Nadia, would you like to come in there?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm gladly do. Just to pick up Councillor Lawrence's comments regarding landscaping, if I can share the PowerPoint. So looking at the image that will appear shortly in front of you, you can see the proposal seeks to introduce significantly more landscaping than what exists at present. There's a significant reduction in hard surfacing as a result of the development. There is, and to go to Councillor Rice's query regarding the 106, that there is a 106 agreement that's required in relation to the ecology mitigation picked up by our landscaping consultants, given where the site falls within the Ramsar zone. And that would certainly include ecological mitigation. Questions could be asked of the developer if there was anything else that we could potentially include. However, there are adequate conditions within the application regarding soft and hard landscaping conditions and boundary treatment, the parking provision, and of course the approved plans that are in front of you this evening. So we do have a raft of measures that would ensure the development would be carried out in accordance with those plans, and that, you know, I think would be adequate with regards to the control of the development.
Okay, thank you. Who had their hand up next? Apologies, I keep losing who's next because of the PDFs. Was that Councillor Byrne? Did I see your hand up?
Sorry, yes, just want to echo what Angela said. I think they need to come back with something better than that's on the table at the moment. At the moment, it's not enough, nowhere near enough. So we need to, bring them back to the table and give us a decent, something that we are all happy with.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I totally get that we seem to be getting almost kind of a slightly shifting scene each time that this comes back to us. And certainly if councillors are not comfortable, then it makes more sense to push it back than to accept it. All I'd say is I think we need to be very clear in going back to the applicant what we are unhappy with and what we would expect to see changing. I think we want to avoid falling into the trap of doing what the applicant is doing, which is just kind of, is that all right? No, is that all right? So let's be clear, if we're going to push it back, why, what exactly our concerns are and what we would want to see changed. Thank you.
Thank you. I can see Lee Nicholson. You'd like to come in here?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I've just been listening to the debate and picking up on what Councillor Fletcher has just said. I think that's a neat summary. We do need to be clear on what the issues are. From what I'm listening, what I'm hearing is that members are concerned about cars driving from that existing access road over onto the front of the site. There are two conditions on the agenda report which deal with landscaping, and I think there could be a way in which the wording of those conditions could be amended to make it explicitly clear that no car parking, no access is allowed from that road over onto. There's no parking to the front of those properties. That could then be reflected on any landscaping plan which is submitted to the authority for approval. That then gives the controls for enforcement of that condition. That's picking up on Gerard's point around on a 106. The condition would be probably the most appropriate way of handling that. But yeah, I'm conscious that this application has been deferred previously and just trying to find a way forward. So if that helps members.
Okay, Lee, so what you're saying there, what we potentially, and I'm not suggesting we will go there, but potentially voting the application through, but with conditions.
Yeah, there's thank you, Chair. There's already conditions recommended for landscaping. I think there's 2 conditions, and Nadia can probably pick those out. But I wonder whether there's just a line or 2 that can be inserted into either one of those conditions, which just sets out members' concerns and how we can make it explicitly clear to the developer what is expected from the committee, and then that's a way that it can be enforced because it's part of that condition. It can be controlled by the submission of plans, and it can allow this application to progress.
Okay, thank you. So let's just, as an example, the fences there with the new development goes up, and one of the residents comes along and he parks. He accesses it from the way that they should not access it. They park next to that knee-high fence. What could then be done? So what you're saying, the condition would not allow any residents to do that?
I'm just suggesting, Chair, that that condition where it talks about the landscape and what's required, and I think there's a hard landscaping, soft landscaping condition, that it could be explicit in that that car parking isn't allowed on that part of the site, and then it can be picked up as part of any landscaping plans which are being submitted. Nadia's already showed those already where the areas are to be grassed, but if it's embedded within that condition, that might give the additional sort of the teeth to the condition, perhaps.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rice, obviously you did raise that. What are your thoughts on what Lee said there?
Yes, if Lee's happy with that, tied up on the 106, I think that could be a way forward, yes.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher, what was your thoughts?
I'm particularly conscious of the fact that Councillor Lawrence and Councillor Councillor Lawrence and Councillor Byrne both live locally to that, and if we're going to put any conditions in, I'd want to be reassured that they actually feel comfortable with those conditions, if that makes sense, because they got to live with it.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I was literally going to the next. I'll go Councillor Byrne and Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Byrne.
Yeah, I would like maybe next month to vote on those conditions. Make sure they're written in stone. So I don't know what Angela feels, but I think we need to move on, take another meeting and have a guarantee.
Councillor Lawrence.
To me, I'd be happy if this application went through after he's finished what he's already started. And also, I would like the green areas done first before he starts actually doing the building, so we know they're actually done. Because for all we know, it could be another 4 or 5 years before he starts doing the landscaping. We've got guarantees that he's going to go ahead and do it. And let's face it, the officers and everyone working here is under pressure. Who's going to go out and enforce it if all these things are broken, what we're putting into his application? And the roads at the back aren't even done yet either. So for me, I would rather wait until it's done. I'm not happy because I just haven't got no faith at the moment that it's going to go the way it should. And I think it's a bit overbearing as well anyway, next to the original St Clair's Hall. Sorry.
Okay, no, thank you. I've taken on board what both yourself and Councillor Byrne has said.
No worries. Do you receive any of our questions? But yeah, all back you go. Right, you just do. meeting.
Hello, Councillor Burns. Sorry, I think Mike's on there. Did you have anything to say, Councillor Burns?
Just like to echo what Angela said. It's if we do what she says, then yeah, fine. If not, it's got to be a no vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Now, Lee, obviously I've gone round to councillors, 4 councillors there who had concerns. What's your sum up there? Could we go to a vote potentially for approval, and could anything be cemented there?
Thank you, Chair. Well, there already are conditions recommended. Of looking at the report here, so we have condition 5, boundary treatments, condition 6, hard and soft landscaping, and also parking provision condition on there. The mechanisms are already there to prevent car parking occurring in those areas because of the landscaping conditions. So I think there is, from a planning perspective, there are the controls. There's adequate controls already being promoted being proposed in the report. So if members were looking to refuse the application or defer, I think, I'm not sure on what grounds there would be to refuse the application, and if we were looking to defer, again, we would need to be very clear on what is expected from the applicant, given that there already are conditions and appropriate controls to stop that car parking happening in that location.
Okay, thank you, Lee. And Councillor Fletcher, you've got your hand raised.
Yeah, thanks. I think if it helps, I don't think we're necessarily varying a lot in terms of the conditions. I think what I understand the problem is what happens after what. It's the sequencing of things. So as you say, Lee, there are conditions already in there. What I understand from what I'm hearing from the other councillors is that unless these conditions are preconditions, there's not much faith that things like the landscaping that are already in there will actually happen. We would prefer, if I understand it right, that the landscaping and the access issues are dealt with first as a precondition for actually building this next phase. I don't know if that's accurate or inaccurate, but that's my reading of what we're saying.
Okay, thank you, Lee.
Thank you, Chair. They are the conditions that are listed. So the hard and soft landscaping condition number 6 is a pre-commencement condition. Sorry, no development shall take place until full details are provided. And the car parking condition number 7 is development hereby permitted shall not be first occupied until such time as the parking area is shown on the approved plans, etc., etc. That's on page 177. So again, the conditions are there to ensure that sequence happens, and again, because them conditions are there, I think that's it's difficult to know where to move from this place, Chair.
Okay, and I can see Councillor Lawrence and Councillor Byrne have got their hands. I'll go to Councillor Byrne first, and then Councillor Lawrence.
Yes, Councillor Fletcher's got that bang on what we feel, and I think probably the same with Angela. So let's just there's not faith in this is going to actually happen. Give us a written in stone that this will happen, or you can't go to the next stage, then maybe we'll vote for it. But until that happens, it's got to be written in stone. It can't be he might do it or he could possibly do it. It's got to be that happens or you don't go next stage.
Okay, Councillor Lawrence.
Yes, I agree, especially with Councillor Fletcher. He was spot on there. It should be a precondition and all these things should be finished first before he starts actually doing the building. But also I'm wondering what time scale this is. Is it going to go on for 2 years, 5 years, or just long enough until he sees another plot what he wants to put more houses on?
Okay, Lee, sorry, so I'm not ignoring you there, Nadia. It's just it's quite technical. Lee, my understanding is the conditions are there. Can we put anything set in stone? I think what we might need to do is go around in circles slightly. Is there a possibility to have any of what they've just suggested there set in stone that we can take to a vote? Or is it really hoping that the conditions do what it does, because I think we might just have to go to a vote and see if it's won or lost. And if it's lost, we'll just have to pick it up from there.
Thank you, Chair. And it probably is best if Nadia does come in, because she will be closer to the detail. But just before I do, I'm looking at page 176 over to page 177. There's a number of conditions that are recommended. Condition 5, boundary treatments, is prior to the first use or operation of development. Number 6 is no development shall take place until full details have been provided and approved by the local planning authority. Number 7 is development shall not be first occupied. So there's a real emphasis on the developer having to do certain set things before the development can be occupied or used. So Chair, with your agreement, would you like to pass back to Nadia in case there's anything else she wanted to add to that?
Yeah, no, fantastic, Nadia. Thank you for being patient. If you'd like to come in there.
That's okay. Thank you, Lee. Thank you, Chair. No, as Lee says, conditions 5, 6 and 7 on 176 and 177, they pick up the meat of the detail, what I can hear members concerned about here. The soft and hard landscaping condition on condition 6 deals specifically with the provision of that hard and soft landscaping on the site, and that we need to know what they're putting in and how and when before they carry out any development. They have to submit those details to the authority. So I'm satisfied that deals with those concerns, and the parking provision in condition 7 actually specifies where the parking should happen, and that there shouldn't be any parking on those hard and soft landscaping areas. I'm absolutely sure we could include within condition 7 for the a sentence along the lines of, and for the avoidance of doubt, there shall be no parking on any landscaped areas at all. And as part of those discussions regarding the agreement of condition 6, that could be specified in their soft and hard landscaping plans that they submit to the council for approval. So the concerns that members are raising could be pulled together within those conditions. There isn't much more we could do within those detailed conditions that isn't already there, other than the reference to no parking on any landscaping areas that I could add to condition 7 to avoid, for the avoidance of doubt and to reinforce the matter.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Fletcher, and then we'll sum up and potentially go to a vote.
Sure.
Councillor Fletcher.
Just questions really for Nadia. Two elements, I suppose they're points of detail that I think might still be an issue. One, with the landscaping, we're only asking to be given the details before they can start building. Well, you can give us the details and then that might not necessarily happen. So I wonder if we can tighten up the wording there. And secondly, we're not such an issue for me, but we're talking about fulfilling these conditions before occupation, not before building. Now, I guess it's not in the developer's interest to build and then not be able to occupy. So I'm not so concerned about that one. The concern for me more is around this landscaping, but we really only ask them, really only asking them to tell us what they're going to do before they start building, not actually do it.
Yeah, we are, yes, to answer your question, Councillor Fletcher, we're asking them to submit a detailed hard and soft landscaping plan, including the details that we actually want to see there that would address those concerns raised by members and within the report prior to doing anything on the site. But it is the agreement of those details. The actual soft landscaping wouldn't necessarily be introduced until the development commences. And obviously you're then caught up with periods of the seasons in terms of when development can occur for soft landscaping. But the comfort that members would get from the agreement of that condition in advance of any development is that that would then be enforceable if it isn't implemented during the course of the development, which harks back to what Councillors Byrne and Lawrence were concerned about earlier, and that there is faith in what may or may not happen. And we would have that comfort in the condition that we could then go to and say, you have breached that, if that indeed happened.
Right. So to put it shortly, if they departed from the details they gave us, that's enforceable.
Yes, it would be.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right, we'll go to Councillors Byrne, then Lawrence, and we'll try and come to some form of conclusion. Thank you.
Yes, as I say, if this guy doesn't deliver, would you let him build and then knock his houses down? At the moment, I can see there is no space at the back, so 9 dwellings, 15 cars with nowhere to park. So if he doesn't deliver, will you make him guarantee? Is there a guarantee that if he doesn't do what he says, you will knock them houses down and make him pay whatever charges there are?
Is that a question?
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Lawrence and I'll pick up with Nadia on that one. Councillor Byrne, thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
Just a quick one, Chair. Just that you're saying that they're going to do all these conditions and do everything first. I'm just wondering how he's going to do all these works at the front with the roads not even completed at the back yet. And also with him having to come in and show the plans for the green areas, he knew that was our concerns last time. Why haven't these been done and sorted out first? This could all been done and it could all been concluded, moved on. Really sorted out, a little bit hit and miss for me.
Okay, thank you. Nadia, just to come in there, obviously, if the conditions are not adhered to, obviously, as a council, what actions would you take? And then from that, we'll go to the vote and we'll see where we end up, I think. Nadia, would you like to come in there?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, as with any planning permission that has detailed conditions attached, if those conditions are not fully agreed and discharged and indeed carried out on site, the council does have the ability to consider enforcement action to remedy the situation.
Okay, thank you. All right then. Well, thank you, everyone. I know we've spent quite some time on this application. What we'll do, there is a recommendation, and obviously, if we do go for that recommendation, yeah, Councillor Byrne, go ahead.
If he doesn't deliver, will they knock them houses down? I haven't had an answer on that, please.
Okay, yeah. Well, I think what Nadia said there, that enforcement action would be taken. I mean, obviously that ranges. But Nadia, what sort of enforcement action would you take against somebody that doesn't adhere to conditions?
Would it be a slap on the wrist, or would you actually knock them houses down and take them bricks away? This is what we need to know.
Slap on the wrist.
Nadia, would you like to come in here? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. It's always a matter of fact and degree with planning, isn't it? If they don't provide the landscaping, enforcement action could be considered in order to get them to remedy those steps and actually do the landscaping as proposed and remedy what they've done. It would be somewhat of a sledgehammer to crack a nut if an authority insisted on the removal of dwellings if they didn't provide a landscaping area, for example. It seems somewhat harsh, but certainly if the breach was relating to a breach of condition that had not been applied fully or included in the development, it would be appropriate and enforceable to take enforcement action in relation to that specific condition. So to use your analogy, we wouldn't knock the houses down, but we would serve an enforcement notice to ensure that that landscaping was installed on the site.
So the developer can build, put the houses up, and you won't knock them down, so he can do what he likes. That's what we need to know. Can the developer do what he wants, build them houses, and you would just say put a fence up, or not? Is that where we stand at the moment?
Chair, I think Lee was looking to come in.
Sorry, everyone, we've just lost a chair. Could you just give him a minute to connect back on? Chair, are you back with us?
Yeah, thank you. I do apologise. This does happen a couple of times in the evening. Yeah, Steve Taylor, thank you for your patience.
Thanks, Chair. I just in trying to make some sense of what the debate that's going on, I would make the assumption that the simple way to enforce those terms would be that when a building's complete, there has to be some kind of certificate that says it's habitable and so on and so forth, which I think is issued by the local authority, I would assume. So the answer is that you don't provide that until they've complied with what you've asked for, and that makes the places unsaleable, and I'm sure they wouldn't want that. So perhaps that would be a sensible way forward, or a sensible way to think about it. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, no, interesting thought. Lee, you had your hand raised, and then I think we need to move to the vote. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It's just come back on sort of a process point. So there's recommended conditions, and the conditions require the developer to do certain things. If they don't do certain things, then there could be a breach of planning control, but enforcement notices would be served to remedy that breach of planning control. So if it was that the developer hadn't fulfilled an obligation for landscaping, this enforcement notice would seek to make sure that the landscaping was put into place. And it is about proportionate use of planning controls. But the point being is that there is a recourse for the local authority. So if members were minded to approve an application this evening subject to condition, the developer didn't meet those conditions, enforcement notices could be used as a way to compel the applicant to do what they need to do to make that development in accordance with the approved plans and in accordance with what the members are granting this evening. Hopefully that clarifies.
Okay, thank you. And then last, Councillor Byrne, I'll bring you, and then we need to head to the vote.
It's an easy question. If they build and it's not right, will it stay up or will it come down? That's yes or no. It's not like if they build a fence, we'll leave it up, or that's a bit harsh. If they go against planning laws and everything they said, will it stay up or will it come down? Yes or no. There's nothing in between or nothing mixed. Will it stay up? Will it come down? That is just my question that has not been answered yet.
Okay, Lee, quickly.
Thank you, Chair. If consent was granted for a two-storey house and the developer went out and built a four-storey block of flats, that isn't in accordance with the approved plans, and the enforcement notices could be served to demolish that building. But as Nadia said, it is about fact and degree, and what we're talking about at the moment is a landscaping strip to prevent car parking. So there's apples and pears there in terms of what we're talking about. But I think the conditions that have been put forward, been recommended, and Nadia has already offered that one of the conditions could be beefed up to include a specific reference to not have a car parking, which seems to be the most proportionate way to address this situation.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
May I recommend a further condition if we are to approve? As Councillor Lawrence has pointed out, the existing roadway hasn't been completed. One of the best ways we can stop people using the wrong exit, apart from the fencing, is to make sure that the access road we want them to use is actually in a decent condition, is actually in decent nick. So I would suggest we add that condition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Nadia, are we all right to add that condition? That's a good suggestion there.
Thank you, Chair. If I can go back to the plan, you'll actually see that area, the actual access area which runs to the south and west of the application site, is outside of the red line of the site. It may not be outside of the developer's ownership, given the remainder of the development that has occurred on that broader site. We could ask the question. However, my understanding is that access road would be brought up to the appropriate standard once the overall development is complete. Because it's been ongoing, it's not fully finished yet. because of obviously the construction, traffic, and other works that have been going on in that area. But that would happen once the majority of the development is complete, as with most other normal residential schemes of this scale and nature.
Again, Nadia, if we could make that enforceable, I think that would improve our condition. And I'm not talking about the entire access route. I'm talking about the proportion that lies within that red-lined area, because currently it's not particularly the condition is, as you say, unfinished. And I think if we could enforce that condition, yes, I agree that it would probably have to happen later, but it would still need to happen before that development is finished.
Okay, I take your point. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Julian, did you want to come in on that as head of highways? And then Councillor Byrne, you had another comment. Julian, I think your mic's off.
I accidentally pressed the wrong button, sorry.
Oh, no worries. Councillor Byrne?
Yeah, so the access road is a maybe, possibly, might not, might be, could be, might be not. So that's just really insignificant, is it? Because there's no hard and fast on that. So that's really not in play, is it? Unless you have hard and fast, that is the route in, the route out. Maybe, possibly, is that's not really good enough, is it?
No, I would sympathise with the developer in the sense that if there's always been a long-term plan to develop the out more, then yeah, it would make sense not to do that road if you're going to be putting construction vehicles over it. But yeah, you are right. I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying. Okay, right. Thank you, everyone. Obviously, the officers are fully aware of the concerns. I appreciate, there are conditions in this, but the officers would have taken note of the massive concern we have on this particular site. And I'm sure if this is given the approval, the officers and we as members can keep an eye to make sure that ultimately the development is being built out as we want. So with that, there is a recommendation 3.0 on page 159. I will come to you all individually because I'm not sure how the votes will go on this one. So recommendation is approved with the conditions and, of course, the conditions that the officers have noted through our conversation here this evening. Is that seconded? Looking for a seconder.
You ain't going to get one, mate.
Okay, no, that's what the planning committee is. No one's raising their hand to second.
Well, I'll second it, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rice. As that has been seconded, we'll head to the vote. I'll come round to you individually. So Councillor Kelly and Councillor Rice are in favour. I'll go to Councillor Fletcher next.
Purely on the grounds that my understanding from Lee is that the conditions are enforceable before this thing is actually open for business, I say yes.
Thank you. Councillor Byrne. Councillor Byrne, how are you voting?
Hello?
I think somebody's demolished him.
Have I spoken? Hello?
Go on, go ahead. How would you like to vote, Councillor Byrne?
Oh, 1,000,000% no. They've come nowhere near close to what we would expect. So it's shocking that anybody would even say yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
I refuse on the grounds that I've already put in a complaint against breaking planning laws in October, and that's still being investigated and nothing's happened. So I've got no faith if they break it, how long it will take to be resolved.
Listen to people who actually live there.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Shinnick.
I vote yes, as long as the conditions are put in place.
Okay, thank you. And then lastly, Councillor Salmons.
No, I'm against because I'm not convinced that the remaining work will be done before the next bit gets started.
Okay, thank you. Okay then, so there are 8 members on the committee this evening. Councillor Churchman obviously could not take part in that. So that's 7 votes, and that was 4 votes in favour and 3 against. Look, I understand you're nervous about this site. What I would personally do, I will keep in touch with officers over this, and I will, yeah, we'll keep an eye on the site. Best of luck to those involved, and yeah, hopefully once this is all done, we can alleviate a few of the issues. So thank you everyone for your comments on this one. Agenda item 9, 20/00905/FUL has been approved. As you said, you know, please feel free to come to me in the next few months, and we'll keep an eye on this one. All right. Okay, fantastic. All right. So with that, that's approved. We'll go to application item 10. This is Barmore House.
Sorry.
It was.
Sorry, Angela.
Excuse me, Chair.
Angela.
Could I have a minute's break before we start the next one? I need to nip somewhere.
Yeah, no, that's. I know that's absolutely fine. It's 9:52. Let's see if we can reconvene in 3-4 minutes. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, go on, sir.
And then.
No, we want standing orders coming.
Good Chair.
Fantastic. Thank you, everyone, and thank you for being patient. Okay, so we're now moving on to agenda item 9, which is land parts. Hang on, no, we've just done that one. Item 10, which is Barmore House, found on page 185 on the agenda. This was a deferred item at the last meeting where members were minded to support. Officers have now gone away, they've done their research. And Nadia, if you'd be so kind as to update us on your findings, and we'll take this one either forward or reject. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just share the presentation with you all. So just by way of a reminder, members will be aware that the committee considered this application back in November, where the application was deferred to allow for a member site visit, which happened in mid-December. Just there. Following the site visit, the application was brought back to the previous committee in January, recommended for refusal on both Greenbelt principal grounds and highway safety grounds. Members will remember that in 2018, permission for 6 dwellings, which was considered to comply with Greenbelt policy and was recommended favourably, was approved. This permission effectively used up the quantum of development considered to be appropriate in the Greenbelt, and 5 of the 6 approved dwellings have since been built. The final dwelling would not be built to allow access for the proposed new dwellings under consideration. The applicant has suggested that the proposal could comply with paragraph 145E with regards to the limited infilling of villages as an exception to inappropriate development in the Greenbelt. It is not considered that Orsett Heath could be classified as a village for the purposes of the MPPF. With respect to infill, the Planning Inspectorate's recent decision relating to a site in the High Road in Fobbing turned to the Oxford English Dictionary's definition of infill, describing infill as the filling of a space with something, especially the building of new houses in spaces between existing ones. The site sits behind existing development and is bound by a particularly long area of residential garden, which sits between this undeveloped site and the A1089. This green western boundary provides a mature vegetative fringe along this edge of Orsett Heath. Using the same interpretation of infill as made by the Planning Inspectorate in 2019, the application site would not fill a space between existing buildings and would not therefore constitute infill. As the development would be constructed, adding further built form above and beyond what had been previously considered acceptable, the proposals would be inappropriate development, harmful by definition, and harmful to openness and the purposes of including land in the Greenbelt. At the January committee, members were minded to grant planning approval for the development. Whilst it was acknowledged that there was significant harm to the Greenbelt, members put forward 6 grounds as to how the proposal might demonstrate that very special circumstances exist which would outweigh this harm caused. As members will have read from the detailed committee report tonight, these 6 grounds have each been fully assessed and have been found to be very general, lacking in empirical evidence, or irrelevant to the scheme proposed, and do not come close to providing a very special circumstances case upon which the harm to the Greenbelt would be clearly outweighed. Members will also note that on pages 25 to 40 of your agenda details the appeals performance. In January, there were 14 appeal decisions received, 8 of which related to applications for development in the Greenbelt. All 8 of these applications, which sought a range of inappropriate development at different scales and types in the Greenbelt, were all dismissed. These recent decisions are brought to members' attention to highlight the importance of the principle of inappropriate development and the serious nature of assessing grounds for very special circumstances. With respect to the recommended reason for refusal 1, the application continues to be considered unacceptable in principle. Turning to the second reason for refusal relating to highway safety, following the previous meeting, the applicant has provided further details relating to the swept path analysis for the access to the site. The Council's highway officer is now satisfied that, subject to amendments, safe visibility displays could be achieved through appropriate planning conditions. The second reason for refusal is therefore removed. All 6 grounds put forward by members previously have been fully assessed, and it is not considered that any of them, either collectively or individually, amount to a very special circumstances case that clearly outweighs the harm to the Greenbelt. The application is recommended for refusal on Greenbelt grounds to members on page 193. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you for that, Nadia. What I'll do, obviously, I'll open this up now to members. Also, really, what I'd be looking for early on in the debate, if anyone has changed their mind based on the officer's findings, please let me know. If not, we will go to a revote, and we'll either go one way or the other. If members haven't changed their mind, then there's no need, I don't think, to prolong much more. But we'll go to Steve, and as I said, if anyone else wants to say anything, please raise your hand. Steve Taylor.
Thanks, Chair. Nadia, when you were just doing that summary, one of the things you said was that the amount of built form that was allowed. So when the application first came in and was approved, that was based on the appropriate development or the amount of development enabled on that entire site. Is that true?
Yes, Chair, it is true. Yeah.
Okay, so effectively, what, and that's what this, I've said this before, but this sort of looks a bit cynical, or I'm a bit cynical about this, because they applied for one thing, which was the maximum they could get, and then they're now coming back to want more, and hence didn't build the sixth of the 6 that were approved that would enable them access to that site. But the fact is, they'd already been told previously that that was the maximum they would get on the site. Yes?
That's absolutely correct, yes.
Fine. Thanks, Nadia. I thought that was the case. I just wanted to be sure. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Steve. And Councillor Rice, do you have a question?
No, I just want to go into the debate, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll have you first to speak during the debate stage. I'll see if there's any further questions, and then we'll go to debate as we have no speakers. Does anyone have any further questions? Councillor Lawrence, question, please.
Oh yeah, just a general question for Nadia, really. After listening to Steve Taylor, I know this is on Greenbelt, but is it a normal thing that most developers, they do one phase and then come back and do a second stage?
Obviously, each application would be considered on its own merits, but in this case, the site falls within the greenbelt. When the original application was considered, the application was for the demolition of the farmhouse and outbuildings and the replacement with 6 dwellings. So it was offered within the application the offset of one set of development to be replaced with another, and that was the entirety of the development. The applicant has since come back and said, well, actually, I could not build that 6th and add further to it. But that amount of development has been offset to limit the impact of the openness of the greenbelt and the other harm that has already been used up in the approved scheme. And that previous scheme was recommended favourably. With regards to your question regarding the phasing, the scale of this type of development wouldn't be something you'd normally consider to be needing to be phased. It's not a persimmon scheme or another scheme of 50, 60 houses, say. It's a smaller development overall.
So would that be similar to like the last application where the barns are supposed to be a green area, but now he's come back and wanted to build where the barns are on Greenbelt?
The previous application, which has obviously now already been determined, has a differing planning history, quite different from this site entirely. And as I say, each site is considered on its own merits.
Yes, yeah, that's what I thought. Everything on its own merits, yes.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor, oh, actually, before I get to Councillor Byrne, it's 8 minutes past 8. Would you like to suspend standing orders for the duration of the meeting, members? I can recommend that. Is that approved?
Yes, approved.
Fantastic. And then we'll go to Councillor Byrne, please.
Yes, thank you. Is what I would say is this what I would call they're trying it on?
Okay, Nadia, did you want to come back on that comment?
I wasn't, sorry, apologies, Chair. I wasn't aware if that was a question or if you were into debate. As I say, the planning history really speaks for this site. The previous application, as the report states, used up the quantum of development that would be considered appropriate for this site in the Greenbelt, given what was there originally and what existed previously. This would seek to add built form where there isn't any, and that's why it's recommended still for refusal.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
So I'll take that as a yes then.
Nadia, at the time of the original application, were they told that's your lot?
I do check that for you, Chair, because I'm not aware of the discussions immediately prior to it coming in. Give me 1 second while I look up something.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much, Nadia.
Yeah. Right, looking at the council records, I can see that the applicant was informed previously of what the total floor space and volume was. So what they submitted, they knew was the equivalent of that in terms of the proposed 6 units. So they were aware that what they had applied for originally and the previous development would be likely to be considered appropriate development. So in answer to your question, the simple answer is yes.
Thanks, Nadia.
Okay, thank you. Was there any, did anyone else have their hands raised, or should we go into debate? I don't think any more hands are raised. And Councillor Rice, I understand you wanted to debate the item first.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Chair. Well, I haven't changed my mind. And I start from the premise that the Thurrock Council, we don't have a 5-year supply. We don't have a 20% buffer. And now we've been put on the government's naughty list, whereby we've been told that if we don't start to step up our development through the borough, some planning conditions, which we currently have as a committee, along with the officers, will be taken away. So I don't think it's right that we just say a blanket no. So we quite clearly have, Chair, we don't have a 5-year housing supply, we don't have a 20% buffer, and we're constantly, year on year, failing government targets. And now we've actually had a letter into the planning department telling us that. So we are duty bound to actually approve applications like this. The application would provide employment through the construction phase, as I said last time, which is an important benefit, as we're going to see as we come out of the pandemic, we're going to see unemployment rise. The location benefits from local amenities. I did say this last time. It was quite clear. Within a 5-minute bus ride, you have Depot Parade, which has a post office, a chemist, a superstore, all manner of shops. So there is amenities close by. And of course, the most important reason as well, we lack provision for old people's accommodation in the borough, which incidentally was actually promoted in the council's core strategy dated 2015, that we actually did say that we recognised that we were below par and that we needed these units. So those are the reasons that we will stick with. And obviously, we've got Councillor Lawrence indicating exceptional build quality for the accommodation. And they will be over 55. So they will be actually pensioner bungalows, which, whether we like it or not, we have a shortage of. And we desperately need to fill that shortage. And we even recognise it in our own core strategy that's dated 2015. So, as one would say, I rest my case, Chair.
Chair, are you still there?
Oh, hello. Sorry about that. Okay, thank you. Councillor Rice, yes, I've heard what you said there. What I'll do is I'll go to the other members who've got their hands raised, and then I'll go to the vote, which is recommendation for refusal. Now, if that's defeated, what I'll do, I can then bring you in and we'll take it from there. All right, so I've got quite a few hands here. I'm going to go to Councillor Fletcher, then Steve Taylor, then Lawrence.
To be honest, Chair, I think Councillor Lawrence and Councillor Byrne were both before me.
Okay, so go Councillor Lawrence then. Sorry. Oh, Councillor Byrne as well, sorry.
Councillor Byrne was before me. I don't want to jump in.
No, Councillor Byrne, thank you.
All right, I'll just jump in. We keep banging on about these over 55s, but if I buy one of those, for example, one of those over 55 houses in Fobbing, I can then rent it to anybody at 25. It's only, the stipulations may be these are houses for over 55. And once I bought it, I can rent that to anybody I like, which is come out like the golf course. We say there's pensioners that can afford them. We found out they can't, and then we rent them to people that can't afford them. So this is all like 55, 55, 55. But once I bought it, I can rent that to a 5-year-old. So all that is irrelevant.
Okay, thank you for that. What I'll do is I'll bring Nadia in. Nadia, if you can just sort of take on board these comments and then maybe sum up towards the end, unless you wanted to come in now. It's up to you.
Thank you, Chair. I only wanted to just come in now whilst the debate is ongoing and questions are also being asked, just to remind the committee that the proposal is not for older persons development. It is not for anyone over 55. The applicant has been asked several times, given members' comments on this at the previous committee, if that would be the case, if they'd be interested in that, and they've declined to comment. So that forms no part of the application at all, and therefore it's irrelevant to any consideration of very special circumstances. You know, and that's stated in my report in the committee tonight.
So can I say everything that Councillor Rice just said is irrelevant? Is that true?
I can only say that the properties are not for older persons. They're not for those who are over 55, and that forms no part of the application or its consideration at all.
Thank you. So would Councillor Rice say what he just said is irrelevant? No answer.
Councillor Rice has the same report in front of him, as do the rest of the committee.
He's selling it on over 55s, and it's not relevant, is it? So can we strike that? I don't know what the procedure is.
The report says it isn't for occupation or for use by solely those who are over 55. It's not old persons accommodation. The report says that. I've said that, and I've reiterated that in what I'm saying now. You know, I can't control the debate by any means, and I wouldn't wish to, but I can only remind the committee of what the facts are relating to the application.
I can only say.
Well, no, are Councillor Rice's comments irrelevant or relevant? It's just an easy question, yes or no.
I can only say, Chair, that I live opposite this proposed area, and the bulk of the people that have brought those bungalows today are over 55s. Now, we can argue about dynamics, whether it's over 55s or not, but it's quite clear that these bungalows are meant for people in retirement or getting near to retirement. The fact is borne out by the occupation of the bungalows as they sit today. But I won't hog the debate, Chair. Obviously, let other people speak.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Councillor Lawrence, I think was next.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to make a point of saying that no one takes it lightly building on Greenbelt, just that we are all in really difficult circumstances at the moment, and we do know that we do have to build and make decisions. So therefore, sometimes we have to choose areas what we wouldn't normally build on and think this would be a good place to do this sort of thing to increase homes. Now, this is one of the reasons why I asked for a site visit. One of the reasons was originally for the turning round point, which was resolved, I'm glad to say. And the other is for me to actually go and see this piece of ground. Now, supposedly originally, this area was just for the buildings what he applied for. It would be an absolute waste because although Councillor Burns say they're not for over 55s, they are for people like myself and older what don't want a big bungalow. It's very small inside, and if it was the way it was, they'd all have big, massive gardens, which no doubt no elderly person wants to or could keep up with. So looking at it, how it is now, where they've made them smaller, you'll have a big space in the middle, what's wasted. Not open. You can't walk through it. It's not a park. It's not a pathway. No one can see it. It's going to be a big patch of green grass in the middle of bungalows where elderly people that live there don't want big gardens. So I think this is one of the reasons why it's got special circumstances. Also, if you enter the bungalows, they are in immaculate condition, and you can see they are built for the purpose of people that are older, what don't want to do major works, knocking down walls, making doors wider if they're in wheelchairs and such, and they're small. You can't extend, you can't turn them into a chalet bungalow. They are what they are. They're being done to a good high standard, and they go in with the environment around them. They blend in. So this is another good reason why I think. I've got many more, but I should let other people speak because we've all got our own opinions. But being a woman and a mother and a grandmother, I look at these and I see these as retirement properties. And if this area is gone to waste, this is a lack of area what could be done for another couple of families to be able to live in the area. Well, I also might add, it's quite near to Allsit Hospital while we've still got it, and also Long Lane, which is going to be becoming an area which elderly people will be visiting. So it's right in the heart of things. People won't have to spend half the day being picked up and took to hospital and waiting another half a day before they get a lift home. So it's got a lot of pluses on its side.
Okay, thank you. And that takes us to Councillor Fletcher, and then I'm going to come to you, Steve. Thanks for waiting patiently.
Thanks, Chair. A couple of points, really. Whilst I totally get, and I think we have to acknowledge, and we do acknowledge, exactly as Councillor Lawrence said, we do acknowledge that building on Greenbelt is by its nature harm. And bearing in mind that I voted against this development last time, I do think it is worth considering what else is likely to be done with that land if it's not built on. I think it's a question, it's not a reason for or against. I think it's a valid question to ask. That's one point I wanted to make. The other point, this point around our being in the bad boys book, it is frankly a disgrace, absolutely. The lack of housing going forward is something we need to address, absolutely. My one concern is that that argument could be used to justify any development, anywhere, wherever and however it's built. And I think we need to be very careful using that argument, because effectively that could put the whole lot of us out of a job, because if it's going to be used as a black and white argument, then any development anywhere is fine, because we need to catch up. Just urge a bit of caution around using that lack of 5-year supply to justify any kind of development anywhere. It's the point that was made by both Councillor Lawrence and Nadia, is you have to take each development on its merits rather than assuming that they're all okay because we don't have enough houses. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Steve Taylor, I'll bring you in there as well.
Thanks, Chair. Well, one of the points I think Nadia's covered, which I was just going to say, states it very clearly at 4.10 that these are not specifically for older people. So I accept all the other points that have been made, but nevertheless, that there is no restriction on that. The other point I was going to make, which was really with regards to what Councillor Rice was saying, and I don't know if anybody else read it, but in the Gazette on the 28th of December, it pointed out that in the preceding 12 months, over half of the homes in Thurrock were bought by people from London. So the government might keep pushing and pushing and pushing to build more, but all you're doing is you're building houses to house people from London, because they're not necessarily going to local people. And I know there is a need for local people, and I don't dispute that. But the fact that over half of them, I think the first argument with the government is, well, hang on, how do we control this if we're going to house half of our housing stock that becomes for sale is sold to people that aren't from the local area? Well, we're just going to keep building forever and ever and ever. It's just madness. So that was just a point I was going to make anyway. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you for those comments. We'll go to Councillor Byrne, then Salmons, then Lawrence.
That's just a question. Should we, as a committee, be looking at planning regs, planning laws, full stop, or should we be adding? Can we add? There's planning laws, but if you're over 55, them laws go out the window. Should we, as a committee, be looking at what is set in law, what is the planning laws, or say, that's all right, they're over 55, so then planning laws don't count. So I'd just like somebody, an officer, to say, do we look as a committee as what is actual planning law, or does age come into it?
Okay, thank you for those comments there, Councillor Byrne. Yeah, I mean, look, I understand where you're coming from. I think on this particular site, it does come down to opinion as to whether the bungalows would specifically be for the over 55s. Obviously, I know the officers will be taking note of what you're saying. I'm not sure if Nadi wanted to come in towards the end to add anything to that. Councillor Salmons?
Yeah, thank you. I went on the site visit. They're very nicely built properties. The existing bungalows that are there can't even see this piece of land behind. It's sort of boxed in with the development next door and the 5 bungalows. So if that land isn't built on, it'd just be, well, a wasted circle of land doing nothing. It can't be seen from the road. So I understand about the openness, but that's not open because people can't see it. I just feel it's wasted opportunity, quite truthful. And regards to Steve's comment about people coming in from other areas, is he suggesting if he was going to sell his property and somebody came from London, he'd say, oh no, I'm not selling to you because it's got to go to a local person. I mean, we can't stipulate who builders sell to. It's very nice to keep properties local. Great, I'm all for local families staying local. My family live local. I wouldn't want them moving out. But we can't stipulate who people sell to. Each one of us that has a property, if somebody came with that money, believe me, you'd take it wherever they came from. And that would also be adding to what you consider a problem. That's all I've got to say, thank you.
Oh, no, thank you. Thank you for your comments there. Right, that takes us to Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. Just 2 quick comments, really. One is that I don't stipulate that these are for the 55s, but anyone with common sense what enters them knows how small they are, and they're not for families, and they do blend in. I don't want to repeat myself. And the other thing is, the comment from Steve Taylor is that, well, really, it's regeneration then we've got the problem with, because they're building the area up so much that all people are moving in, and we haven't got enough houses. I wouldn't say, though, that people from London, what sort of elderly and want little tiny bungalows, would move to this area just to have these bungalows, because most of the people I know around here, they're all moving out of this area because it's still industrial so much that they're moving out. They wouldn't want these homes from London. They'd go somewhere else a lot better, I'm sure. So I think that's something to look at, that we should start building nice properties for people who want to downsize and stay close to their families, because these will be for local people. I can't see people move from London for this little tiny bungalow where they are at the moment.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Byrne.
Yes, and my daughter's 30. She'd like to move into a little bungalow, no gardens, nothing. So why are we just keep banging on about us old people when, if you're 30, you want a little place before you start. If you're 40 and you haven't found love, you want it. So we're giving people over 55, you're kind of dead, and you want a little bungalow. But this is for everybody. So we have got to vote on the bricks, the mortar, the planning, the green belt, not on age, not on what sex or whatever creed or what way, whether you're gay or black or green or whatever, we have to vote on what we are actually putting up in bricks and mortar. Age is irrelevant.
Okay, no, interesting points you raised there, Councillor Byrne. Okay, so I'll go to Councillor Rice, and then I think we'll have to come to some form of conclusion. Councillor Rice.
Well, thank you, Chair. Yes, I've heard the argument about the over 55s, etc. But let us be quite clear. Bungalows are not meant for families. They are meant for people that are getting close to retirement. And we have to take into account, Chair, we have an under provision. So much so that the government have told us that we're failing our housing targets year on year. We have no 5-year supply, we have no 20% buffer. In other words, we're a failing authority. So we have to provide homes, and these homes will, like Councillor Lawrence did say, they will tend to go to people that are over 55, and the people who have already moved into these bungalows are of that age, because I've been round to talk to a few of them. So I'm well aware of the situation, and it's like everything, Chair. Where there's a will, there's a way, and I think we ought to get on with the vote. If the committee is so mindful to reach the same conclusion as it did last time, then let's get on and let's get the applicant to build these 4 bungalows that are needed. And furthermore, Chair, we've actually said in the Council's core strategy of 2015, we have a shortage of bungalows. So, you know, we have to grasp the straw, and that's what I'm really saying tonight.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Byrne.
Yeah, just like to say, are we really happy to be ageist? This is just so wrong. There's probably laws against it, isn't it? We're just banging on over 55s. We're all about our 25, 35, 45s. We seem to be bending the law for 55s, but why don't we bend the law for the early 20s that are earning decent money and want a house, but can't get one and can't get a mortgage? The 25, the 35, the 45s. We keep saying, oh, this all goes out the window when you're 55, but before 55, you've got to do whatever you do. Over 55, there's a free reign. It's just ageist, and it's just so wrong.
Thank you for your comments there, Councillor Byrne. So obviously what you've raised is quite, I think, part of a more larger debate. I think one, I mean, I won't be voting in favour of the application in front of us, but one of the benefits of bungalows is that people whom are older will move out of houses that they currently don't need to be in. So 3, 4, 5-bedroom homes. It could even be something like a 3-bedroom home, and then they could move out of that into the bungalow, and then that frees up for the further market. But I get exactly what you're saying.
We said that about the golf course, and they said there was loads of pensioners with loads of money, but we've seen that they want to buy them and they can't sell them, so they've got to rent them. So that theory goes out the window, mate.
Not, as far as I'm concerned, I think the officers have done some good sterling work there in holding those developers to account. Of course, they want to lease those properties. It benefits them, but the council and the conditions and the part of that vote that wasn't in there. So that's why the officers are taking their time to get that one right. And in reference to what Councillor Fletcher said in terms of this fact that we're on the naughty step with the government, as chairman of the committee, it's not something I'm overly worried about just yet. You know, I was at Lakeside at Christmas, and I got stuck in IKEA's car park because the whole area becomes block due to an accident. I think it was around about 1 p.m. and the accident was dealt with by about 2 o'clock. I had to abandon my car in IKEA car park, walk to Chafford and get the train home to Grays, and then luckily my brother gave me a lift to IKEA at 11 p.m. in the evening. Look, the point being is that there are areas in Thurrock where the infrastructure is out of date, and it's all good and well us being threatened with housing targets, but the government has housing targets with proper infrastructure. So the officers will take on board everything that's been said. They will take on board and add additional weight to developers when they come to build here in Thurrock. I think we're doing okay. It's not something I'm worried about. And as I said, if they want to build homes, I'm fine with that. But let's start coming up with the money for the infrastructure. Let's see the money for that. And then we can take it.
Chair, all I keep saying is we keep talking about age rather than planning. Age shouldn't be on our agenda. We are talking about planning. That is it. Your numbers, your age, your 25, 35, 45 should never, ever be a point of planning. You shouldn't plan for age. You should plan for bricks and mortar, and whether it's right, whether it's green belt, whether it's brown belt, whatever belt you want to put it in, we seem to be fixed on how old you are, whether you can have a plan, and that is wrong on so many levels.
No, I think what's happening there, Councillor Byrne, is on this particular planning committee, what's happening is we are seeing quite a lot of bungalow applications come forward. And as such, because it's the bungalow applications we're seeing, and that is the hot topic of planning, in general, the large applications we approve, they would probably be more catered for the younger generation. So I understand what you're saying, but when it comes to proper planning, age is just like affordable housing, just like first-time buyers. First-time buyers are young, and that's something that caters for the young. Affordable housing may be people who are middle-aged who want to get on the ladder, and ultimately, bungalows are probably more suited for older people. So, age, I understand what you're saying, but it is important in terms of planning. Right, what I'm going to do there, I'm going to go to the vote, and then, unless Councillor Rice had anything to add, let's keep moving. So, Councillor Rice, what have you got to say there?
Sorry, Chair. I was just going to say, could you put it to the vote, Chair? So
We do. Okay, so what I'll do, in keeping with order, I will go to the recommendation for refusal. We'll see where that ends up. If the vote doesn't change, then I'll bring you back in, Councillor Rice. I'll go to each individually. So first off, there is a recommendation on page 212, which is 8.0. And that's recommendation for refusal. Can I have a seconder for that?
Happy to do that, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Byrne. Okay, so it's Councillor Kelly and Byrne against. Councillor Rice?
For.
For Councillor Salmons?
For.
Councillor Lawrence?
For. Can I just say also, I've only got 8% on my iPad. I've changed the lead 3 times, so bear with me if I disappear.
Okay, not a problem. Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Fletcher.
Against.
And then lastly, Councillor Shinnick.
For, please.
Okay, thank you. So obviously the reference 4 was in favour of the development, and the reference refused was for refusal. So my recommendation has been lost. And now what I'll do, I'll hand over to Lee. Would you like to come in here? And then I assume that'll be yourself, Councillor Rice, who'd like to come in. Lee, Councillor Rice has already expressed his desires. Do you have anything to add there, Lee? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So referring to the Constitution, Chapter 5, Part 3 of the Council of Constitution, Paragraph 7.4, sets out that if the committee is of the same view, i.e. to depart from recommendation, then it needs to consider again its reasons for granting, and a summary of the planning reasons for that decision needs to be given, which reasons must be formally recorded in the minutes of the meeting. And it is important that the justification for departing from officers' recommendations that's recorded in the minutes are those reasons given at the committee and in public, and that the justification is not subject to later elaboration in the minutes, which is more extensive than the oral presentation. Paragraph 7.5 goes on to say that the courts have expressed the view that the reasons should be clear and convincing, that members must satisfy themselves that when they reach a decision contrary to officers' recommendation, that their reasons are substantiated by evidence and that they are able to demonstrate reasonable planning grounds for taking a decision contrary to officer advice. Yes. In addition, members should exercise caution in not giving undue weight to any particular consideration. Obviously, this is a greenbelt site, so there are certain tests that need to be applied, and as members will know, that when considering a greenbelt case, harm to the greenbelt has to be given substantial weight as a matter of law, and that would need to be acknowledged by the committee. And then in moving to the grounds that members might feel that clearly outweigh or overcome that harm, then that needs to be weighed in the balance, and that needs to be clearly articulated. So, Chair, hopefully that helps members on the next steps.
Yes.
Councillor Rice.
Yes, Chair. Yes, Chair. Well, obviously what Lee has said is quite correct. We obviously recognise the harm to the greenbelt, which we're due to recognise. Number one would be the council does not have a 5-year housing supply, a 20% buffer, and is currently failing government housing targets year on year, which that's a substantial reason, and that would be given significant weight, as the officers have put out in their report this evening. The application, number two, the application does provide employment through the construction phase, which is important because as we come out of the pandemic, unemployment will go up and we will need employment locally. Now, the other number three would be the location benefits from a local amenities. As I have said, Defo Parade is literally 5 minutes away, and it has a post office, it has a supermarket, it has a chemist, it has all the things that we actually need to get along with our lives. So there are amenities. We touch on item 4, which is a lack of provision for older people's accommodation in the borough, and hence for Councillor Burns' ears this evening, I have not mentioned over 55s. And that is recognised, Chair, in Council's core strategy of 2015, that we have an undersupply of older persons accommodation in the borough. And number 5 would be the site is on a bus route, so that it could fulfil the transportation of people to and from the bungalows. And what Councillor Lawrence added last time, there is an exceptional build quality for these OA older person accommodation units. And just for Councillor Burns' ears only, Chair, these properties currently are on the market for £425,000 and are being sold. So, we have to get things into context. But those are the reasons I'm putting forward for the departure. And I hope that Lee would recognise those and we can move to a vote, Chair.
Okay, Lee, would you like to come in there?
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Rice, is it possible to for you to explain the weighting that you're putting towards the various factors? I've got the first one as a significant weight, but
yes,
the others, thank you.
Yes, certainly. On item 2, we would certainly give that moderate weight because we will need the employment through the construction phase. And obviously, as people move into new properties, Lee, you'd be well aware, they need new carpets, new fridge freezers. In other words, they're buying products from local suppliers. So that will regenerate our local economy. The location benefits from local amenities, I think that would be a moderate weight as well, Lee. Lack of provision for older people's accommodation in the borough, I think that must be a moderate rate. And the site is on a bus route. I would say that would be a moderate weight as well. And the exceptional build quality, again, that would be a moderate weight. So that we have all of those items clearly listed, Lee, so that we can move forward.
Chair, is there any other members wishing to put to add to this list?
I can see Councillor Byrne's hand is raised, but I'm not sure if that's linked. Councillor Byrne.
No, I'll just say last time Councillor Rice said this about Stamford. He said this is linked to the Barbers, which was closed. He said this is linked to the post office, which is closed. So he come up with a whole list of shops that are closed. So is he just making up shops like he did in Stamford, or are these shops actually open?
Just for your guidance, Chair, and obviously Lee, I've lived in the area for over 25 years. I go to these local amenities like a chemist, the supermarket, the post office on a regular basis. So I can tell you these local amenities are open. Just to surpass Councillor Byrne's question.
But you told us the Stamford post office was open. You told us the...
Councillor Byrne, can you just take it from me that the Chapel St Mary facilities are open? That is a fact. So let's not argue, eh?
Fair enough, but it's fairy tale land, isn't it?
Okay, did I see Caroline's hand raised? Caroline, would you like to come in?
Yeah, I'm on the old. I mean, because the properties are not for older. They're not. I know you've moved from them being over 55. I mean, I don't know. It's just a bit remote from the actual application. I mean, are you just saying they're suitable for older people as well as? I don't know. It's just a bit near the mark, and it's just sailing a bit close to possibly taking into some account something that's not relevant. The other thing is that on the build quality, and I think officers have pointed this out before, that really isn't a reason, because that should be for every development. So it's not really something that you could give particular weight to, I don't think. So I'd welcome Lee's view actually on the where we stand with the older people, because it's very much on the line for me at the moment. I sort of keep wavering. That's why I put my hand on it. Oh, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that, Caroline. Lee, did you have anything to add to that? And I mean, is it something that may not be as relevant to add? Maybe just miss it off. Or what was your thoughts? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So all of the 6 factors which have just been presented are the same factors which were considered in the report and in the implication report that's been presented to members. Obviously, you'd see from the report officers' assessment of that and the weightings that would be given to that by officers, and the officer weighting is influenced by planning law and planning decisions by the planning inspectorate. And Nadia referred to some appeals in the Greenbelt that have been reported on this agenda. With regards to the older people's accommodation, the application isn't explicit in that it is for older people's accommodation, and there isn't a Section 106 or a condition that's been put forward to control that. So I think Caroline's just made the point that it could be, whilst it might be more attractive perhaps for older people, it could be occupied by anyone. So that can't really be used as a factor to justify inappropriate development in the Greenbelt. And it could, these factors could be used on are lots of different sites within the Greenbelt. They're not unique or bespoke to this particular site. But obviously, officers have made that point, and given the advice in accordance with the Constitution, the report is back in front of members tonight, outlining the officer's assessment of those factors, because that's what we're expected to do, and that's what we're required to do, and we've given that professional advice. And obviously, clearly, if members are looking to attribute different weight to that and make a different decision to that, then obviously that's in the gift of the committee. But as always, with applications like this, they would be referred to the council's monitoring officer to review before any decision notice was issued.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rice.
Yes, Chair. With regards to the provision for older people's accommodation in the borough, it is quite clear that we are falling behind on that. Also, as I did mention, these are 2-bed bungalows with very small gardens, and they are designed primarily for older people. Lee is quite correct. Anyone could actually purchase them, but the reality, a person in their younger years purchasing for that amount of money would be very unrealistic, and that's why they tend to be, shall we say, sold as older persons' accommodation, and the actual people in the current bungalows that have been sold bear that out. So that's where I'm providing that information. And also, obviously, the council's core strategy of 2015 recognises that we have an under provision, and we still have an under provision because we're not building enough bungalows for the elderly people. Those are the facts, Chair. The reality that a young family would buy a 2-bed bungalow is very remote, and I think we have to accept that and move on, Chair.
Okay. Thank you for that. So, Caroline, did you? I can see you're unmuted. Did you have anything to come up with there?
Well, I think Lee, did clarify the point. One thing not to forget procedurally is to not only give those weights, but then actually do the balancing exercise and see what those weights are against the substantial harm of the green belt, because the benefits must clearly outweigh the harms. So there is another part to the test. Yeah, but I concur with what Lee explained. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Lawrence.
Can I just say quickly, Chair, that we understand that it's a balance and everything is on its own merits. And in this case, this piece of ground we've got here is no good for anything. It's not environmental friendly. There's nothing growing on it. It's just a piece of area what's been left over because the gardens were too big for the people who are living in these tiny bungalows. And also the other fact is, it's all right, Councillor Burns saying his daughter would love one, but would she really? Because the amount of money these bungalows are going for, you could buy 3 or even a 4-bedroom house somewhere. So the people that are buying these bungalows are specifically buying something easy to manage, nothing to do, and small. So everything on its own merit, and I would really appreciate it if we could just go along to the vote, because we seem to be going over old ground all the time. We accept the fact of the officers, but we agree to disagree, I think.
Yes.
Sorry, everyone. Chair's lost connection. Can we just give him a minute to rejoin, please?
Could I just ask when?
Oh,
there's If my iPad dies on me because it's not charging up, could I carry on this meeting on my phone?
Yeah, if you can go over quick enough, you can continue on there as long as you haven't missed out on any part of the
Okay.
item. Yeah.
Well, when you're nearly dying, I'll let you know and I'll try and swap over quickly if that's okay.
Yeah. I'll keep an eye on your on you.
Thank you.
Okay, Wendy, can you hear me?
Yeah, got you back, Chair.
Do apologise. Right, I think we need to come to some form of conclusion with this one.
Yeah.
Right, Councillor Rice, if you'd just like to sum up, and then we'll
Yeah,
we'll
I
go
mean,
to
I
the
put forward the reasons, and I understand that.
Can
you
I
know,
ask a question after Councillor Rice, please?
Yes, you can. After Councillor Rice. Okay, just sum up there, Councillor Rice. Then we'll go to Councillor Byrne, and we'll look to go to the vote. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we're giving out the reasons, which are quite substantial. One of the biggest reasons, and it has to be, that the council don't have a 5-year supply, they don't have a 20% buffer, and they're failing housing targets year on year, so much so the government have put us on warning. We are on an official warning now. So, you know, we have to move and we have to provide this older person's accommodation. And bungalows that are up for 425,000, Chair, 2-bedroom bungalows are brought predominantly by people who are in their 50s, shall we say, because they're looking to downsize. And those are the facts of life. And as I said earlier, I've not had one complaint from my local residents about this development. So I think it's time to move to a vote, Chair, so we can conclude the other items on the agenda and not get stuck, you know?
Okay, thank you. Councillor Byrne, you want to come in there quickly, and then I'll go to Lee just to sum up.
Yeah, can I ask one of the officers, is there anything in planning law that mentions age?
Lee, can I bring you in there, and then we'll head to the vote.
Chair, thank you. If I can just do two things at once, then if I can quickly sum up where we've got to, and then try to answer Councillor Byrne's question at the same time. So we have a proposal for inappropriate development in the Greenbelt, which was recommended for refusal. Members have taken a different view on that and sought to approve. In doing so, 6 factors have been presented as constituting a very special circumstances package. That's been assessed by officers, and officers have come to the view that doesn't amount to, or the factors, those 6 factors do not amount to the very special circumstances required to justify inappropriate development in the Greenbelt and clearly outweigh the harm to the Greenbelt. That's obviously been debated again this evening, and the factors have been put forward again, and constitutionally, members are entitled to make that decision, are obviously allowed to attribute different weight, providing that's got backed by evidence and is explained. So we've gone through that place. I think, Chair, we've got to the point where the officers have come to a view, members have come to a different view, but that doesn't prevent the decision from being made this evening. Councillor Burns asked a question around older persons' accommodation and whether planning law refers to age. I think be careful in how I respond to this, really, but the certain proposals will be put forward for retirement complexes, for instance, and they will have age restrictions, and they will be enforced through conditions or Section 106, which will maintain that those properties are used for that particular section of society in that age bracket. This particular scheme, it doesn't have that. It isn't proposed as being specifically for older people's accommodation. This scheme could be attractive to older people because they are bungalows, but that doesn't. There's no control mechanism here to ensure that it is occupied by older people forever afterwards. So that's essentially where we are with this application. I can see that Caroline's got her hand up. So, Chair, if we pass over to Caroline, then I agree it's probably off to the vote with this one.
Thank you, Caroline.
Yeah, no, I was just talking an observation actually. The Councillor Rice said the 6 reasons were quite substantial. Well, the test is actually that the benefits must clearly and decisively outweigh the harms. Did you mean, when you said quite substantial, Councillor Rice, were you doing the balancing exercise, or has that yet to be done? Because obviously the test needs to be met.
Yes, yes, Caroline. What we've done is we've taken out item 6 because obviously that should apply to every proposal through this planning committee, but we've kept in the others, and we've cited that we do have an under provision of older people's accommodation in the borough, and we've cited also that is referred to in the council's core strategy of 2015. So it's actually in our documents, and we've attributed 2, 3, 4 and 5 moderate weights, and obviously number 1, where we're failing our 5-year housing supply and failing our housing targets and failing our 20% buffer, that is a significant feature, just like the officers have recorded in the agenda item. So we've gone along with that.
Okay,
yes,
thank you.
I just need to jump in. But to meet the test, the factors have got to be considered by members to clearly outweigh the harms, and the harms are by their very nature substantial weight. So
if you do wish, Caroline, we'll change number 2 to 5 to substantial, so that that squares the circle, because there is no doubt, Caroline, we have a failing position when it comes to providing older people's accommodation in this borough. We have an ageing population, and we're not providing enough bungalows. That's factual. And it's also factual, Caroline, that we don't have a 5-year housing supply, we don't have a 20% buffer, and we're failing government housing targets year on year, so much so the government have put us on a warning. So these are substantial reasons for the departure, Caroline, and I hope you accept them in the spirit they're meant.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Rice. I was merely, it's a procedural point that unfortunately, the steps you have to go through, and you've got to step in a certain way and take a particular step and demonstrate stuff. And that's all I was doing, just to really to help you, make your decision,
safe, yes.
Yeah, procedurally correct.
Yes, I do understand what you're saying, and thank you for your advice.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so with that, members, we're going to move to a vote. Councillor Byrne, I can see your hands raised. What would you like to add?
I'd just like to say, so there are special measures for over 55, but none for our young people, 25s. Are we saying the over 55s are more important than our 25? Special deals, special bungalows, special housing for over 55. Young people trying to get on the ladder, that don't matter, does it? They don't want out. They don't want a bungalow. They don't want a 2-bedroom. They want a 9-bedroom bungalow house that's worth $1 million. Well, they don't want it. This is age, and it's not relevant in planning.
Well, that's your opinion.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. All right then, Lee, are you happy for us to move to the vote?
Thank you, Chair. I don't think there's much more we can add, than what's in the committee report and what the advice that's been given to you by officers and by the legal officer as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay then, right. So the application 20/00957, Councillor Rice has offered an alternative recommendation for approval. Obviously, we're all aware of what those reasons are, and they would have been noted by the officers. Is that seconded? Has anyone got their hand raised? Councillor Shinnick. Okay, you've seconded that, Councillor Shinnick.
Yeah.
All right then. So that's both Councillor Rice and Councillor Shinnick in favour. Councillor Salmons.
Yes, in favour.
In favour. Okay, thank you. Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Lawrence, sorry, I didn't hear anything there. It might be my connection.
Yes.
Approve. Did you hear me? Approve.
Yeah, no, fantastic, thank you. I myself will be voting against. Councillor Fletcher.
Against.
And Councillor Byrne.
I'm voting against ages, so I'm with the young people of any age, so totally against. We can't plan on age, and this whole thing is about age, which is wrong on there's so many levels.
Okay, thank you for your comments there, Councillor Byrne. Okay then, Wendy, I got that vote as 4 in favour, 3 against. Are you happy with that, Wendy?
Yes, Chair, I've got the same result.
Excellent. Okay then, so with that, agenda item 10, Barmore House 20/00957/FUL has been approved. Okay, fantastic. We're halfway through the agenda now. It's 7 minutes past 9, and we now move on to agenda item 11, which is the former Ford Motor Company, Arrowsdale Avenue. This was an item that was deferred at the last meeting. Obviously there's been an update in the last since that last meeting. Chris, would you be so kind as to present your findings? Thank you.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Chair. I'll just get the presentation in front of the screen again for you. So this is an application that was deferred from the last planning committee in January for 4 reasons. I shall summarise those and the officer's response to this shortly. But since that meeting, there has been some revised plans received from the applicant with some additional statements as well, which I'll refer to in the report, and 2 additional objections have been received as well. Just to verbally advise those have been received. As a reminder, this application seeks full planning permission for the erection of 92 units comprising 86 1- and 2-bedroom apartments, 2 3-bedroom dwellings, 4 2-bedroom dwellings, along with associated infrastructure works and landscaping. The site forms part of the former Ford factory site in Arrowsdale Avenue in South Ockendon and has been subject to development through a 5-phase planning permission. The current application represents partial revisions to phase 4 of the approved development, a change from 31 houses to 86 apartments in the former 3 blocks of apartments in the central and eastern part of the phase 4 development area. These changes would result in a net increase of 57 dwellings and in total will increase the overall development to 677 dwellings on the former Ford factory site, which is 27 more than the original outline plan permission. As a refresher, I'll just go through some of these slides so members are familiar with the proposal. So we have the location plan before you, showing the sites on the eastern side of Arrowsdale Avenue. Earlier phases of the development are to the south mainly, although this plan doesn't quite show you what's happened to the north. The plans coming forward in a moment will, in terms of the phase 4 and phase 5, which is pretty much built out. The railway runs to the eastern site boundary. So have I shared my screen with you? Can you see that presentation?
I
don't think I have, otherwise. No, hang on. I'm referring to the plans. I just realised I'm not sure I've shared the screen. Right, let's just go back to that. There we go. Right, so yes, I was just saying where the location of the site is, so that's the red line that shows that. Next slide is an aerial photo to show the site. It's taken a while back now, but that shows the site before it was developed. and from the illustrative master plan, the outline from the outline planning permission and the phasing plan, just to show how that was envisaged back in 2009, how that was envisaged to come forward. And this is phase 3, so this has all been built out by a previous developer. So that's directly to the south of the site. You can see the sort of JCBs through the gap on the photos there of where this particular site is in terms of the application you're considering this evening. And again, that's a bit more zoomed in to show that area. In the background there are other blocks of flats approved for the phase 5 of the development. And then this is looking from the north, looking south towards site, and in the background those houses are the phase 3 ones where you saw earlier in the photo. And this shows where the location of those proposed area for development is from there. And there, as I say, there that's part of the phase 4 and phase 5 with the terraced of houses and the blocks of flats. And this is how that was approved. So the area kind of to the central and southeast, if you like, is the area subject to the change, those blocks of houses there. And then this shows that change in terms of the proposal in relation to the phase 4, phase 5. The next plan shows a bit more zoomed in. So you've got the 3 blocks of flats shown there with a landscape street and parking for the blocks of flats as well, and that's the bit more zoomed in, so it's clearer for you all to see. The houses I mentioned, or part of the development, are those to the west side of Park Street, as you can see within the red line area there. And this shows the heights of the building, so they're 3 up to 4 stories heights for the blocks of flats. And that's the landscaping plan to show the landscape street, which can flow through to the park, which is also kind of the bottom end of the wider park for the phase 4 and phase 5 development. And here's some house types just to give you an indication of what they're the 3-bed house types. They're the elevations of the blocks of flats. That's block 5 to give you an idea of what
Sorry,
that looks
Chris, can you go back?
Yeah, sure.
Go back one. Sorry to intervene.
So we're going a bit quick. So that's the elevation for block 5. And that gives you a layout of the floor plan of that's level 2. So that's the one that stepped up to 4 stories. That's level 2. Some streets.
Sorry, Chris. Can you go back one slide? Sorry.
That one.
I'm not nothing's changed on my screen. Hang on. Let's have a look here. No, it was a bird's eye view. Go forward one. Sorry.
Bird's eye view, that was the aerial photo. That was probably a while back, was it? But did you see the photos? I don't know if or not, but
yeah, keep flicking back for us. Sorry.
I don't know if you can see this. If I'm flicking back. I don't know if you're seeing this or not. But... So I've got the plan showing the location plan on my screen. Is that what's on yours? The red line.
I'll tell you what. Right. Yeah, just go forward slowly and carry on your presentation, but just go forward slowly. Cheers.
Yeah, I just probably need to get back to where I was because I'm reading my notes, which is per slide, so I'll have to get back to the slide I was on.
Okay, keep going. I'll tell you what, Chris, carry on as you were. Get back to your slide, and then I'll ask questions after. Sorry.
So that's the street scene elevations. I'm hoping everyone can see this. I know you're commenting, Chairman, but I'm presuming everyone else can see it. It's not being delayed at all in terms of the internet or anything. Right now, there's a CGI in front of you, 3D CGI drawing, which shows the development in terms of the blocks of flats, which are the most significant change to this development. Where the houses were previously proposed. There's the blocks of flats, the landscape street and landscaping shown. That's another angle, give you an idea of what that looks like. And then from the ground level, looking kind of southeast towards the blocks, and that's where that square is in the road, and that's a landscape street. And another one sort of looking towards the northeast direction. Come on to the summary in just a moment. So before we turn into the summary slide, I'll just summarise our points in response to the committee's 4 reasons for deferral before, One of them was in regard to affordable housing. As previously advised, the proposal is subject to a financial viability assessment, which has been independently reviewed, and this has been identified that 6% of the development can achieve affordable housing provision. Whilst this is recognised to be below the policy compliant level of 35%, your local plan policy CSTP2 does allow for financial viability assessments to be provided with planning applications where there are situations of financial viability where affordable housing can't meet 35%. It is recognised that this is the situation in sites like this, where this is a brownfield site for previous employment use, and like other sites in Thurrock, they've also been affected by this sort of viability situation. It should also be noted that earlier phase of the Aristale Avenue development only achieved 10% affordable housing, which was allowed through the Section 106 of the outline permission granted back in 2011. Since the last committee meeting, officers have been liaising with the applicant, who have advised that the Phase 4 development actually achieved 41 affordable housings units instead of the 23 units, which was considered at the time that Reserve Matters application came before Planning Committee. The extra affordable housing was secured through grant funding outside of the scope of the planning permission. A similar approach is proposed here in the recommendation of the update report. And therefore, in addition to the 6% affordable housing, which is 6 units, the applicant will look to secure grant funding to provide 5 additional affordable housing units. The applicant this week has confirmed they're in discussions with a registered provider to provide the funding for these 5 units plus the 6 as well, so 11 in total. The fallback position is, if this doesn't move forward in terms of those 5 units, and this has been agreed with the council's housing officer in discussions with the applicant prior to the reports being produced, then if the 5 additional units couldn't be achieved because they're reliant on funding outside of the planning permission, if the planning permission is granted, the 5 units would be available as discounted open market dwellings at 80% of the open market value, and with a priority for local residents of the borough. The council's housing officer has no objections to this approach, and this is set out in the recommendation section of the report. The second issue was density. The proposal would achieve 70 dwellings per hectare for this site, which is within the allowance of policy CSTP1 and is therefore policy compliant. Also, in regard to the council's housing position, the council's response to the housing delivery test is to allow higher densities in urban areas such as this site, and this would accord with the MPPF, where Chapter 11 looks at making most efficient use of land, particularly urban land like this. Point 3 was whether the proposal was in keeping with the housing needs of the local community by providing apartments instead of houses. The council's strategic housing marketing assessment identifies the need for 1 and 2 bedroom flats as well as 3 bedroom houses. So the proposal is acceptable in terms of housing provision, in terms of what is needed within the borough. In addition, the applicant has confirmed to us they have a waiting list of 50 buyers looking to purchase an apartment on this site, with demand from people in their 20s and 30s, with 95% of these purchases being first-time buyers. Turning to parking, since the committee last time, the applicant has provided some revised plans, and this includes a revised parking layout plan, increasing the parking spaces by an extra 3 spaces to create a total of 120 spaces for this application, which meets council's draft parking standards, which would require a minimum of 115 spaces, so it's therefore policy compliant, and also meets with the requirements of the previous outline planning permission. Taking these 4 reasons into consideration, alongside the detail within the main report attached as Appendix 1, the application does not conflict with your local planning policies and is recommended for approval, subject to the additional planning obligations set out in the recommendation and the revised plans condition, which has been updated to reflect those revised plans submitted. The following slide provides the application summary, which is the same as last time, so I'll leave that with you in terms of the increase in density, the contribution to the 5-year housing land supply, as has already been mentioned in this committee this evening, and this development would create and continue to create a high quality design development, the continuation of the phase 4 and 5 from the approved scheme by the same applicant stroke developer. This site also benefits from a sustainable location, and all other material planning considerations have been considered acceptable, subject to conditions and obligations where necessary, and they are laid out in detail in the Appendix 1 original report in terms of details of the planning obligations and conditions, as well as the additional condition and obligation in the update report. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Chris, for that detailed report there. What we'll do, members, we'll go through questions. I'm after questions at the moment, and then we'll go into the debate phase. Right, so sorry, Chris, I do have a couple first. I'll get in there. Right, looking at density and parking. So you said there that the council has a limit, and they're within that limit. That's a density of 70 per hectare, yeah?
Yes, that is correct, Chair, and that's within accordance with policy CSTP1 of the local plan, core strategy policies. So that's set out there.
Okay, thank you. And am I correct in thinking 70 is the upper bar? That's sort of like the limit of density?
It is, yes, it is. You're right. It's absolutely right. That is the upper threshold, if you like, of what the policy allows.
So 71 per hectare, that wouldn't be allowed, no?
Well, we would depart from policy, but we also need to factor that density isn't just about numbers, and as the report advises, it's about achieving high quality design. You can have high quality design development that is high density, but it can be designed in a way that doesn't appear to be quite so high density. If you're looking at the numbers, this meets the policy in terms of 70 dwellings, and as I mentioned, we consider this to be a high quality design development, again, from that point of view as well.
Okay, fine. And then looking at the parking, so obviously that was below our standard last month. Obviously, one of my items for deferral was, look, go away, come back, see if you can be a bit more reasonable. They've added 3 spaces, and that gives us 1.3. Is that correct?
In terms of the draft parking standards, the scheme the scheme considered at the January committee was 117 spaces, and the minimum required in terms of the draft parking standards is 115. So last time round it did meet policy, and it still meets policy because they've obviously increased it slightly by adding the three additional spaces. It equates to 1.3 spaces per unit if you look at the total overall. In terms of apartments, that's 1 space per flat and at least 2 spaces per house, and that leaves 18 visitor spaces as well.
Okay. Is there anywhere in the site that you can park without actually being in one of these spaces?
Well, the visitor spaces would allow you to park, which would be a non-allocated space. So if you just turned up to visit a friend that lived on the site, you can go and park in the visitor spaces. The phase 4 and 5 development as well also had visitor spaces allocated within there as well. So there are spaces within the site where you could park.
Okay. And it says that 1.3. That's the limit, isn't it? That's the limit. That's our minimum 1.3. Yeah.
I apply in terms of the parking standards in terms of numbers. It doesn't try to give a number in terms of 1.3. You have to look at all the spaces as they're allocated in terms of apartments, houses, and visitors. The 1.3 is done on my assessment of it, but that would meet the parking standards for the development. The development would meet the parking standards.
I understand that. I understand they've ticked that box. What I'm trying to allude to is that is the bare minimum, though, isn't it? If it was
115 would be the minimum in terms of parking spaces.
Just off the cuff, the density, the absolute minimum is 70, and they've hit 70.
Well, the maximum it'd be the maximum 70. Sorry to interrupt.
And then the sort of minimum is of parking is 1.3, and they've hit 1.3. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. What if you're a visitor and there's no visitor spaces? Can you then park anywhere, or is this going to be managed by park enforcement?
The earlier schemes had a parking enforcement type, parking management type condition, which deals with the enforcement side of things, and the same type of planning condition is included in the recommendation on the main report in Appendix 1 in regard to controlling the parking on this site. Okay, and lastly, what was the density of those, the ones that have already been carried out? Roughly. Are we looking at this is the most dense part of the 5 phases? Yeah. It would be denser because of the increase in numbers. I'm just going back to the main report to see if we put that in there. I think we probably did. Just bear with me. not sure we got the exact density shown on here,
That's
but
okay.
but it is, yes, it would have been lower than 70.
Yeah, all right, that's fine. Okay, then, all right, thank you. Sorry, I hogged the meeting there a bit. Okay, right, so I'm now going to open up to other councillors. I've got the presentation up, so I can see you have their hands raised. Who was next? Wendy was next.
It's Councillor Rice, Burns, Steve Taylor, then Julian.
Rice, Burn, Taylor, Julian. Perfect.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Yes, can we just ask the officer regarding the electric charging points? We've obviously seen an increase in the flats. Are we assured we've got enough charging points for people? Because obviously by 2030 and beyond, we're supposed to be having electric cars. So this being a new development, we would need that type of facility. And the other question, Chair, I've gone down that road many times, and you know, you always feel that it's a bit of a speed track. Is there any way that speed humps can be put onto that road to control the traffic where it's near the housing area? I think that would be helpful if we could do that.
In terms of the Chair, in terms of the first question, electronic charging points, there is a planning condition 11, which requires details of these to be submitted for approval to the authority. The applicant does reference that they'll be using charging points, but obviously that is a very specific detail to know exactly how many spaces there are. But those details would be agreed for a planning condition, so we would ensure that there are enough electric charging points to meet the requirements as we see them in consultation with the highways team. In terms of the speed bumps, are you referring to within the site itself in terms of the internal roads? Because the roads themselves are quite narrow, and having driven down them myself, they're not roads where you could really gain any speed. There are some speed bumps in the phase 3 from memory, and I believe there are some in the newer part in phase 4 and phase 5. I'll just see if, I don't know if they're going to be shown on the plans. Just bear with me. I'll just see if there's anything.
Yeah, I think I was referring to Arisdale Avenue. So that where we've got the housing, we put some speed humps in, because obviously these are going to be for young people, this form of housing, and they'll have young children. We want to make sure the place is safe.
Of course. I'm just seeing if I only got any photos of Arisdale Avenue. I don't think I have on this information. Photos do show the speed, the tabletops and measures within the development site itself. I don't know off memory, since I've driven down Arisdale Avenue, whether there are any speed bumps there at present. I don't think there are. I don't know whether our highways officer would want to advise on that. Bear in mind the road is part of the public highway.
Chair, do you want me to come in?
Julian, come in, Julian. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Right, okay, I'll try and answer some of the previous questions that you raised as well. As far as I'm aware, the developer St Modrins is planning to offer the roads for the site for adoption, and as part of that, we've, as in the Bellway scheme next door, we've asked that the waiting restrictions are implemented at junctions and appropriate locations to prevent parking in locations where it would cause issues for turning and for visibility, etc. So most of the roads will be covered with restrictions such that most people will be forced to park either in their designated spaces or in a visitor parking space. And as regards the electric charging spaces, normally when the conditions come back, we don't particularly set a number of spaces that should be electric vehicles, but we would insist that the infrastructure such as the ducting, etc., is located in preparation for electric vehicle spaces to become part of that development. So one would hope in 20 years' time that the infrastructure is all there ready, such that all that has to be placed in is the electric charging post. For those properties that are obviously have their own off-street parking, like any other development, ordinarily you would expect them to provide that themselves as the resident. In terms of the speeds, we have done some speeds counts on Arisdale recently, and these didn't actually show a speeding problem. However, if Councillor Rice is raising some concerns, I will arrange for some further speed counts to be carried out to see whether there is a speeding problem in the road. As part of the works for the development, there will be some Section 278 works in Arisdale to improve the footways and cycleways along Arisdale Road. But as I said, if Councillor Rice does consider there is a problem, we will arrange to have some further speed counts to check whether there is now a speeding problem in the road. Thank you, Chair.
Well, all I would say, Chair, is perhaps we can ask the local councillors as well that sit on the committee.
Chair, you're on mute.
I do apologise. Okay, yeah, thank you for that, Councillor Rice. Obviously, yeah, the local councillors are more than welcome to come in when they like, if they raise their hands. Councillor Byrne, next, please.
Yeah, just like I say, on this build, affordability and profit, if things change, because we don't know what's going to happen with COVID today or tomorrow, should the developers make a killing on this, could we make some sort of deal that affordability is based on is profit related? So if they make a lot more money than they say they're going to make, then could we add more affordability homes to this project?
Chris, would you like to come in there?
Yeah, sure. I mean, as I said, the application is subject to subject to a viability assessment provided by the applicant. That has been independently assessed. That takes into account the costs of the development and the profit that would be made, and what's left is used to work out kind of what Section 106 is there in terms of this proposal. That, as I say, that viability assessment has been independently assessed and is all been professionally done through various surveyors and those that are experts in that field. So the recommendation with this application is there's additional measures there in terms of the affordable housing compared to it was in January, which was just at 6%. Now there's an opportunity there where the developer will look at achieving 5 additional affordable housing units, and as I mentioned in the presentation, they are in discussions with a registered provider to provide those. And even if that isn't provided, then there's then the 5 additional units would be available for discounted market dwellings at 80% of the open market value. So that has all been considered as part of the financial viability assessment with the application.
Yeah, but just saying that, we don't know what's going to happen in the morning, do we, with COVID? We could have £1 million houses tomorrow. We could have £5,000 houses. So can we put in a provision if we go well above expectations? Could we say you've got to put more? Or on the other hand, for the developer, if the market really drops out, we say you put less. We've got to do it both ways.
I think what you're asking there is going beyond planning. We can't influence market influences in terms of the housing market. We're dealing with a planning application that's for consideration and determination at this moment in time. I don't know what's going to happen to the housing market over the next year or two in light of COVID and other situations. We can only deal with what we've got before us at the moment, and that's an up-to-date, obviously, financial viability assessment that's been independently assessed. And the recommendation includes those additional measures in terms of trying to achieve the affordable housing units. We can't go into the price of properties and things like that that goes beyond planning.
Thank you. It doesn't go beyond age, though. Interesting.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Byrne. Steve Taylor, I'll bring you in.
Thanks. Thanks, Chair. Sorry, Chris. Two questions really. The first one, I did ask if someone might be able to send me a copy of either this or another viability assessment, so that I could understand how they put those together. And that was, I think, at the last meeting with reference to this one. So I'll kind of repeat that request. If someone could send me one, it would be really helpful. But my second question is in paragraph 4.4. One of the things it says is it is talking about this the viability assessment, and it says one of the costs involved in this particular site is needed for piling due to ground conditions. Now, my question is that piling for the blocks of flats that where there were going to be houses? Because the relevance of that is quite important, because their costs go up because they're going to build the blocks of flats. Obviously, there's the material costs go up, but they've also now got an additional thing where they'd have to pile it, where if they'd put houses, they wouldn't. So again, that's having a negative impact on affordability, but they're not losing out of that. So they're winning both ways round, if you follow my thinking. Is that what the piling's for the blocks of flats?
The piling, I believe, is for the blocks of flats, or it's also due to the ground conditions. I don't know whether any of the houses that are built at this site required piling as well. Again, I mean, in addition to the piling, the site was subject of employment land and has been decontaminated, so they've had those additional costs of dealing with an urban brownfield site that you wouldn't get on a greenfield site. So there are additional costs that go into that viability, and yes, the piling would go into there as an additional cost for that purpose. But as I say, I don't know all the ground conditions, whether it's just the flats or whether the houses are piled in terms of their foundations as well. I know I've seen piling rigs on the site, but I've not been close enough to see whether they're putting them in for the houses as well as the flats.
Okay, thanks. It's just, you can see my point that
I do, yeah.
Their costs go up, therefore they can provide less affordable housing, but their margins go up because they're building an extra, whatever it was, 30 odd properties. So
yeah,
from the council's point of view, you lose out both ways round. So that was the reason for the question. And thanks for that. And if you could get a copy of one of those reports to me, that would be really helpful.
Yeah, I'll see what I can do.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Councillor Shinnick, then Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a local councillor in that ward, and I'd just like to follow on by Gerard Rice's comments that I do get lots of reports of speeding cars down Arrisdale Road and lorries. And also the second problem we do have, which I think the developers need to look into, is lorries are parking on the curb early in the morning waiting to access the site. And it does a lot of damage to the curbs along that road. And I think thank you.
Okay,
Chair, I'm afraid we lost. Chair, sorry, we lost the back half of Sue's comments there. It cut out.
Oh, okay. Sue, if you're still with us, I got the first part with the lorries. What was the second part?
Yeah, the second part is the lorries parking on the curbs along our waiting to access the site to drop off the, building materials, and they're doing a lot of damages to the curbs along Arrisdale Road. And I'm getting reports 24/7 on this. Did you get that?
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Is that Julian? Is that something you wanted to field?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I believe a colleague of mine is looking at the there are double yellow lines along parts of Arrisdale Road, so that would be a parking enforcement issue, which obviously I can raise with the parking enforcement team. But also believe a colleague of mine is looking at increasing the number of signs along Arrisdale and Daveland Drive with respect to lorry parking as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, can I just,
right,
just come in on one point on that, because sorry to interrupt you. There's a construction environmental management plan associated with the phase 4 and phase 5 development that goes back to the original outline planning permission, and that requires road surveys before and after development, and we've got the same approach applied, or would be applied, through planning conditions should this planning application be approved as well. So in terms of that, in planning terms, those conditions will need to be provided, and if there is damage, they will need to be rectified through the planning process, as you know, working with our highways colleagues as well, of course, as Junior's just mentioned. But that, just to let you know, that's captured in there as well.
Okay, fantastic. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Chair. Just before I comment, Julian mentioned the signage that we're waiting for around and off Arrisdale Road. Just to note, Julian, that I actually had that conversation with one of your team, I think it was back last summer, and we're still waiting for that signage to come in. So I'm hoping that can actually happen sooner rather than later. As far as the Councillor Rice was asking what local councillors think, well, the main thing that strikes me with this development is if they're unable to build it without reducing the social housing element to 6%, then this is not going to be a development for local people. This will be a development primarily for commuters. Appreciate that might not necessarily come within the narrow purview of planning requirements and planning conditions, but it strikes me that if they're unable to actually provide anything more than 6% of reasonably priced housing, then this is not going to solve any of our problems. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fletcher, for your comment. Obviously, we're at the, I appreciate what you're saying, we're obviously at the question stage still, but as soon as we get into debate...
Yeah, apologies, I think I jumped ahead slightly.
Just come in there, I've lost my little hand, I can't press it. Hello?
Yeah, sure.
Sorry,
Lawrence,
Chair. Councillor Churchman has had his hand up for a while.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't see that.
Okay, Councillor Churchman, if I could have a question, please. Thank you.
Yeah, Chris, it says securing funds for 5 units. If not, how does the 80% work? What is that, like a lucky dip, or the first 5 people that come along?
Those details would be set out through the Section 106 agreement as part of the planning obligations. So the situation being, if the 5 units, if there wasn't a registered provider coming along, and there is now, according to the applicant, if there wasn't, then those 5 units would go to the open market, but at 80% the value. So what we would do if you granted planning permission or resolved to grant planning permission is, through the legal agreement, agree the wording that would be required to achieve that, and it may be a case of a scheme to be submitted to identify those particular units, so we know those units, so we know which units are then going to be those discounted 80% market units in the future.
And the other question is, what is the chance of securing the funds for the 5 units apart from the 80%?
Well, the funding for the other units, so if we didn't get to the point of the 80%, so the developer's preference would be to achieve affordable housing rather than 80%. So those 5 units, and what's happened before the previous and outside of the planning system, is they've received grant funding from Homes England, so they have taken on additional units within the phase 5. That approach would apply here as well. Grant funding, and in this instance, there's a registered provider involved which would use grant funding to achieve those additional 5 units being affordable housing units.
Okay, lovely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair.
Please, Councillor Lawrence, you're right.
I'd just like to make I'd just like to make the comment that I agree with Mike Fletcher, affordable housing, and also I don't agree that we want flats. People want the 2-bedroom homes, and obviously they've cut back on them. And my other question is, considering they just want to give everybody flats for affordable homes, is there a laundry facility there for the people in there to dry their washing? Because we've got an awful lot of trouble in Langdon and other flats, and youngsters don't really know how to deal with it.
Okay, thank you. Chris, would you like to come in and respond to that?
I'm pretty sure they're all self-contained flats, so there isn't any sort of communal provision provided in terms of laundry services. There's communal services within the buildings for bike storage and bin storage and that sort of thing, and for meter covers and things like that, but there isn't anything in terms of a laundrette within this proposed development.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any open areas for hand washing?
So I didn't quite catch that.
Sorry, say that again, Councillor Lawrence.
Are there any open areas around there where people can hang their washing out rather than dry it indoors and end up with damp rooms?
The majority of the blocks of flats include balconies, quite enclosed balconies, which obviously could be very useful if you're on a south-facing side in terms of trapping the sunlight and things like that for drying washing on those balconies. So they've got that opportunity to use their balconies for that purpose.
Oh, that's a shame, because it's very unsightly when you drive around and see everybody hanging their washing out on balconies. It don't make the area look very nice, does it? So that's a great shame. That's something I think for other applicants to think about when they put in these applications for building.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Lawrence. We'll go to Councillor Byrne.
Yes, is there anything in plans like this to stop that the developer can buy those 80% valued properties and then sell them at 100%?
The Section 106 agreement will include detailed wording. That's obviously a legal agreement that will require them to be 80%, so they couldn't then change their mind and use them as 100%. They'd be in breach of a legal agreement if that was the situation. So no, they'd be in the legal agreement to be 80%.
No, I'm saying, could they buy them at 80% and then sell them on at 100%? Could they actually be the buyer at 80% and then sell them on at 100%?
The applicant is the developer, so they'd be building them out. They wouldn't be buying them afterwards. They'd be building them out and then going through the measures required in the Section 106 to secure them as 80% affordable housing, as 80% open market housing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay then, Chris, could you lower off the presentation, please, just so I can see the rest of the
Yes,
committee?
of course. Sorry.
More hands. Thank you. Okay, right. I'm not sure if any more hands are raised, so we can now enter the debate stage. Would anyone like to start debate this evening? Anyone for debate, or do you want me to start, or should we head to a potential vote? Well, I can't see any hands raised. Okay, so this is an interesting application. This one, I think it's quite difficult when you look at what we're getting as councillors. I do sympathise with the developer. Doing what they're doing, it would appear that they have ticked the boxes that they need to tick. I am uncomfortable with the density level matched with the parking. I think both of them are really on the borderline of what would be considered acceptable, albeit they are within those boundaries. It's my opinion that the houses obviously is not part of this application, but they would be better. And really, it comes down to what you as a committee feel. I'm on the fence with this one. I'll be interested to hear what other people say. Obviously, I sympathise with the developers. I sympathise with the officers, certainly, when you come into us within the bounds of reasonable developments and ticking the right boxes. But it is incredibly dense in that particular area. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what other people think. Colin, Councillor Churchman.
Sorry, Chair, I never put the mic on there. I mean, you said exactly what I was thinking, and it's something I said the last meeting. I do agree with you there, and I do consider that this is quite dense. Yeah, so I'm going to have to think about this one while I'll listen to other people to see what they're going to say. But I must admit, I do agree with you.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Councillor Fletcher. Thank you.
Yeah, really agree with what's been said previously, Chair. Too dense, absolute minimum done to come within what we've asked for, and not enough affordable housing. Doesn't meet the need of local people. Not in favour.
Okay, Councillor Shinnick.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm agreeing with that. I don't think it's in the bill for local people, and also there's a great shortage of cars parking spaces. I go over that estate quite often, and there's all cars parked all over the place, and I think we need more parking spaces. I don't know what's going on regarding GP places and school places. Is there any provision in for that? Because there's quite a few more properties going up, and this is quite a problem over Rockington as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll see if we can sum up any of the responses, and I'll bring Chris in. Councillor Byrne, did you have your hand up? Then Councillor Rice.
Yes, just going along with what everyone said, and I've got to follow on the lines of the local council, so it's a no for me.
Councillor Rice.
Yeah. Yes, Chair. I think it is overdevelopment would be the word. We've talked about previous applications, and we're humming and ahhing about 4 units and 5 units and 8 units, and now we've got 92 units, and they really haven't done an awful lot to meet us anywhere. I know they've got this scheme where they've actually gone and costed everything out, and they can only do so much. But I still think we should get a little bit more out of them. I mean, the parking area, for instance, parking spaces, they're only just meeting the targets, which really is not satisfactory, because you know what that will lead in years to come. There's going to be mayhem on the estate, which would be wrong. So I think we need to send it back and get it to be revisited, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Are any more hands raised?
No, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Wendy. All right then, so we'll go through the formality, we'll see where we end up. There is a recommendation 8.0 on page 253. And that is obviously a recommendation to approve. Would anyone like to recommend that? Please raise your hands if you'd like to recommend. Okay, I can't see anyone's hands raised. Wendy, is anyone's hands raised?
No, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So that recommendation for approval has been defeated. Okay, Lee, I'll just bring you in briefly. Obviously, you'll be looking for an alternative recommendation, which obviously would be for refusal, and you'd like the reasons to go with that. Is that correct?
Thank you, Chair. Yep. So referring members back to the Constitution. So if members are looking to make a decision contrary to the officer recommendation, we would need an alternative motion put forward, which clearly specifies the reasons for departing from the officer's recommendation, and that motion would need to be seconded. The planning officer should be given the opportunity to consider the implications of those reasons that are put forward, and if necessary, we might need to bring a report back to planning committee depending on what the grounds are. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Lee. Councillor Salmons, Fletcher, then Byrne. Thank you. Actually, what I'll do, guys, before I come to any of you, I'll submit a recommendation, and we'll build around that. So first and foremost, I'd like to recommend refusal. The two core reasons for refusal, the first is really density. I feel that we've reached the absolute limit of acceptability on this particular site. I acknowledge that it is within the boundary, but it is only just within the boundary. And when you couple that up with the parking of only 1.3 spaces per or per dwelling, or however it's perceived, the density, which is of the borderline of acceptability, added with the parking, which is of the borderline of acceptability, in a very dense part of this project, is not proper planning. Now, I appreciate it; it's within the realms of what the officers seem acceptable. But here on the planning committee, we're not just here to reject homes and to approve homes, but we're also here to improve good developments, good sustainable houses, good sustainable flats. And I'll go out on a limb here. I wouldn't want to live on this development. I don't think officers would want to live on this development, and I don't think the developers would want to live on this development. It's simply not good enough. And I think last month we were very reasonable. We said, look, go away. Come back with something a bit more reasonable, come back with a few more spaces, and they come back with 3 just to hit the borderline. So it's not good enough. And obviously I am aware that they will be able to appeal. And I am of the opinion as a councillor, I will allow the appeal judge to make a decision, but we have to look our residents in the eye and say, we are approving good sustainable development. And quite frankly, this doesn't hit the mark. So obviously I want to keep those conditions for refusal material. And I've got nothing more to add there, unless anyone else wanted to add anything to that. I think it was Councillor Salmons. Was Salmons next?
I did have my hand up, but it was because I'd lost sound, but I've sorted it now.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Salmons. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I was thinking of making a similar recommendation, so I'm happy to second yours. I'd suggest that the lack of affordable housing, for me, is a third reason for refusal, primarily on the grounds that rather than meeting the needs of local people, it's more likely to attract more people in, which almost does the opposite.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Did anyone else want to add to that?
The railway station at Stamford.
Councillor Byrne, you've got your hand raised. Councillor Byrne, I can see you've got your hand raised. Your mic's off. Do you mind turning that on?
Hello?
Yeah.
Yes, sorry. Just echo what you both said and Flex said. It's not enough, nowhere near enough. So if that's all they're bringing back to the table, then no, I support you too. So Fletcher seconded it and I've heard it. It's just not nowhere near enough.
Okay, thank you. Right, I don't think anyone else has anything to add, as I can't see any hands raised. Lee, I'd like to bring you back in now, if you'd like to sum up and let us know where we go from here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So the reasons that have been put forward is density, parking, and lack of affordable housing. So as the report sets out, the density and car parking is within the limits of the policy standards, and obviously the affordable housing has been discussed at length with the officer presentation. Chair, referring back to the Constitution, Section, sorry, just let me scroll upwards. Constitution Chapter 5, Part 3, and we're in 7.2c is the section I'm looking at. If the reasons put forward are very clear and substantiated, then the application can be determined at the meeting. If not, the application should be deferred to enable the planning officer to draft a further report and subsequent meeting of the committee outlining the implications of making a decision contrary to the planning officer's recommendation. Chair, I think that's where we are at the moment, because if the application was refused for those grounds, the applicant would be entitled to appeal against that decision, and officers would then need to stand in a hearing, perhaps, and explain and justify the committee's reasons. And to be honest, I haven't really heard enough here to show that we, or to give me confidence that we could substantiate the reason for refusal at appeal. So what I'd like to do, Chair, if members were minded to move that recommendation, would be that we can take the report away and then provide members with go into those reasons and look at what the implications might be and the risks that the council might have if it were to go to appeal. I think that would be the safest option, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fletcher, would you like to come in there?
Yeah, just to come back on that point, Lee. Yes, as you say, the density and the car parking are just within the limits. I think the point we're making is that within the local context, they do not provide an appropriate, livable, and certainly affordable set of dwellings to meet the needs of local people. It's not just whether or not they're inside our bare minimum. It is that they don't fit the local requirement. They are inappropriate development.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Fletcher. And then in addition to that, Lee, I raised it earlier on. I think when you look at the parking enforcement, I think as a councillor and as officers and developers, when we are already of the perception that when this is built out, we are going to need to enforce proper car parking, it clearly goes to show that the car parking is not adequate. I've always believed that. So I'd like you to add that as well, that if we are in a scenario where we are aware before the development is built that it is going to be chaos and we are going to need to send in enforcement officers or independent enforcement officers, that's not in touch with my reality of a good sustainable development. It goes against the principle of being able to go and visit your friends, visit your family, park your car outside your own home. So that as well. But I echo what Councillor Fletcher's saying. Did anyone else have anything to add? I do concur, Lee. I understand you guys are under pressure. You need to go away and come back. I will. I'm happy for that process to take place. Thank you. I don't think no one's got anything else to add. Lee, would you like to sum up there and we'll go to the vote?
Thank you, Chair. Nothing really more to add other than, as I say, if it was to be refused, then obviously would need to justify that, defend those reasons at appeal. And what I think we should do is just to highlight, to go into those in a little bit more detail, and then perhaps come back and provide almost like almost a risk assessment of going down that route. And clearly, after reading that report at the next meeting, if members so wish to continue with that decision, then that's obviously within the gift of the committee. So, Chair, with that, unless our legal, I've just seen, I think, members come in, but I was just going to say, unless legal or if the case officer wanted to come back in there, can move to the vote. Thank you.
No, I've nothing to add, Chair.
Thank you very much, Lee. Thank you very much, Caroline. Okay, unless anybody had anything else more to add, I was going to go to the vote.
Councillor Byrne's got his hand, Chair.
Councillor Byrne.
Can we go along with what Lee said? Can we go back and say, give us more, give us what we want? Can I put proposals forward to say, if you give us and deliver what is the expectations of the committee, then we will reconsider?
I'd have to. I mean, I think it's the desire of the committee, from what I've heard, is to go with refusal. Obviously, last month was, I think, an opportunity for the developer to maybe be a bit more reasonable in terms of the parking and density, but you know, we've seen nothing, so or very little. So unless anyone wants to second that, I'm open to that idea, but I need a seconder. Councillor Fletcher.
I'd just like to note that that's exactly what we said last month when we decided to defer it rather than refuse it. We said that we would do that specifically to give the applicants the opportunity to have another think. The result has been unsatisfactory, so we've tried it. Didn't work.
Yes, please don't second it. I'm just throwing that in, but I'd rather not anybody second it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right then. So we've got to. We'll move on with the vote. So obviously, a recommendation for a refusal for Ford Motor Company application 20/00827/FUL. That was put forward by myself. It was seconded by Councillor Fletcher. What I'll do, I'll go through the committee one by one. Councillor Rice.
For.
Councillor Shinnick.
For.
Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Salmons.
For.
Councillor Byrne.
Yeah, I'll reject the act. So.
Yeah. Councillor Churchman.
Chair.
For refusal, okay. Councillor, sorry, Wendy, did you get everyone's vote there?
It's just Councillor Lawrence's vote that I didn't get.
Yeah, no, I must admit I didn't get that either. I want to go back and double check. Councillor Lawrence, how are you voting?
I think she.
I think she may be on mute, Chair.
Councillor Lawrence. Wendy, can you see if Councillor Lawrence is on mute, please?
She is on mute, Chair, but the image has been frozen for some time.
Hold on, she's moving now. Councillor Lawrence, are you still there? Can you hear us?
Did you hear me? On mute.
I got that now.
Okay.
Yeah.
She's either agreeing with
all right,
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes,
yeah,
Councillor
thank
Lawrence.
you, Councillor Lawrence. We've got that.
I'm getting a delay.
Okay, what we'll do, we've got your vote there, so thank you very much. So agenda item 11, application 20/00827/FUL has been refused, but obviously that is subject to officers taking it away and coming back. Thank you everyone for your contributions there. And we'll go into the last two items on the agenda. And that now takes us off to the first item that's not a deferral, which is agenda item 12, Stanford-le-Hope Railway Station. And that's agenda item 20/01743/FUL. And Matt, I understand you're presenting this report. Councillor Byrne, did you have your hand raised?
Yes, please. Before we go for the presentation, can I say, with conviction, the residents would prefer to wait. And this committee is there to represent the residents. There hasn't been a tender for this. There is a budget envelope that says it could change, and if there's not enough money for the station, that plan could change. Nothing is set in stone. There's talk of building houses on the back where the car park should be. There's a 15-metre drop in height, which would mean the riverbank needs to be piled, which we've already come across, which would be millions. So we are asking us, or me as a councillor in Stamford, to vote on a tiny bit of what's going to happen at the station. It's not right, it's the wrong time. So I would ask to drop this until we get a full plan and we can vote and we know exactly what's happening with Stanford-le-Hope Station. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Byrne. What I'll do, I'll just bring in Lee to clarify what the procedure is, because obviously what you mentioned there, and we'll go into it maybe if we discuss the report, is we're looking at phase one, and I think a lot of what you was referencing there was phase two. I mean, I'm just looking at the report now. You say the residents are not happy.
It's not
Yeah,
one
I understand.
station, Chair. It's not a bit and a bit and a bit. It is one station. It's commuters. They're paying top money to go to that station.
Yeah.
They don't want it in bits. They don't want, you can have this, but you can't have that. And then if, like Anna Eastgate says, you can't have that, you can have that. We want the whole plan put forward. Residents don't want to say, you can have this, you can queue up in the rain, but you can have wall in whatever. It is a big part, and it's not right for us to vote on that. Please refer it till we get.
Okay, no, I understand what you're saying. Obviously, from my perspective, obviously I'm not from Stamford. I'm a Grays lad myself, but I mean, I've only got, looking at publicity, we've only got a letter of rejection to phase one. Lee Nicholson, how are we? Are we all right to go to the presentation? Is that what you'd recommend, or do we have to at least wait to debate before we can defer? How are we looking there?
Thank you, Chair. Well, I certainly think it's worthwhile hearing the presentation and hearing what the planning application actually sets out. And obviously, there's questions that members can ask of officers to look at the detail of that planning application. And clearly, when we get into debates, if members were looking to defer for site visits or whatever it might be, then that's part of the normal course. All I would say is that this is a planning application, so there was just reference to costs and tender exercises, but that's immaterial in the sense of dealing with the planning considerations. So, Chair, yeah, I'd suggest there's nothing from preventing us from hearing the item this evening.
You can't present a plan if you don't know that plan can go forward, because we haven't got the money. There is no tender. The tender's going forward. It hasn't been put forward yet. So the plan cannot happen without the money. So it's immaterial. We cannot vote on a plan that we don't know whether we can afford to pay for it or not. Anna Eastgate has said there's an envelope which we don't know. It will be geared around the money.
Okay, well, what we can do, Councillor Byrne, well, let's discuss that then. Let's discuss it under questions. Let's put the officers under the spotlight. And if you want to defer it, then you'll have every opportunity to. What I think we're saying right now is, let's just hear the report. Let's hear what the speaker statement's got to say, and then we'll have it out. If that's what you want amongst the whole committee. What we can't do right now is I can't defer it straight away without even hearing the report.
I'm saying we're here to represent the residents, not to represent the officers. So the residents would prefer to wait.
I understand you saying that, but I've got one resident objection here, from my perspective. Now, I'm not saying for 1 minute you're not telling the truth. What I'm saying is, I've got the agenda in front of me, and I've got one recommendation for refusal. You're saying that whole of Stamford don't want this to go through. I can only go by what's.
The last thing I did, I had 660, so which was ignored and put in the bin for 57. So the recommendations or whatever don't count with Thurrock Council. They ignore 660 people signing a petition and listen to 57. So that argument is out the window, mate.
What? Sorry, can you repeat that, Councillor? What was you referencing there?
Chair, sorry. If I may step in, we should really follow procedure in hearing the presentation first, because this is going into debate without hearing the presentation.
Okay. Yeah, no, thank you, Wendy. Thank you, Councillor Byrne. Let's crack on and see where we end up. Matt, would you be so kind as to present a report? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. If you bear with me, I'll try and get the presentation up.
Oof.
Okay, I'm hoping you can see what I'm looking at, which is a PowerPoint presentation. So we have before you tonight an application seeking full planning permission for redevelopment at Stamford Hope Railway Station, and that redevelopment involves the construction of new station buildings, a new station footbridge, forecourt, ancillary commercial units that's associated with the new station buildings, and the widening of platform number 1, which is the London bound platform. So in terms of the site, well, I'm sure some members, especially local members, will be aware of the station. So the railway line there runs in a north-south direction, and the station is on the south side of London Road, so highlighted in red. And that's a Google Earth image. And again, just zooming in on the station in terms of the submitted site plan. So in terms of what's there, and we've just flipped through 90 degrees. So we've gone 90 degrees to the anti-clockwise, in an anti-clockwise direction. That's the existing layout. So some members will no doubt be aware that former station buildings, which probably dated from the 1960s, were fairly recently demolished, and the site is hauled off to a degree. There's a temporary gate line, so a temporary access. Sorry, just jump forward too quickly there. And there's temporary ticketing facilities on the other side of the road. So that's the northern side of London Road. That's a proposal, so a proposed site layout plan. So you can make out in the orange colour new station footbridge and 2 new buildings. That's with the sort of grid type form. That reflects the nature of the roof design. Again, a little bit more detail. Drawings produced by the applicant. So these are quite technical in detail. That's the footbridge. The footbridge would incorporate lift access. And again, that's the station buildings, and the coloured elements there show you the internal layout. So it's ticketing facilities, welfare facilities, toilet facilities, and a small commercial unit. Again, you'd expect that sort of floor space within any new station building. That's the roof form. Again, it's that sort of tessellated roof form, which will show up better on some of the elevations. So we're on to elevations of the footbridge there, and that shows the lift enclosures. That's looking at the top view is looking sort of into the main station there. So again, it's that canopy style roof enclosure. That's a section through showing the railway line on the right hand side. And again, sections through the station building and the new overbridge and lift enclosures. Again, some technical drawings showing that particular arrangement. And I've got a few photographs, so that's looking sort of in a south, that would be a southwesterly direction into the station, as is at the moment with the sort of temporary gate lines, etc. And then looking sort of southeast there, showing the hoardings, that's where the former station buildings were demolished. So that's taken from the northern side of London Road, again looking sort of southeasterly direction. And one more showing the overview of the station as it is, and you can make out the footbridge there in the background. And I think that might be the last one. Again, that's probably from platform 2, I think, looking south, showing the existing footbridge. And you can make out the platforms, etc. So the new buildings would be partly in front of you and partly to the left-hand side if you're looking at that particular picture. Now, before I go on too much further on in terms of the presentation, it's worth just setting out what the planning issues are. So in terms of the principle of development, there is quite strong policy support for a replacement station. Obviously, the NPPF, National Planning Policy Framework, promotes sustainable modes of transport, and this would represent an improved station facility, and obviously would support that policy objective about getting people to use trains and public transport. There's also enhancement of access to public transport, just mentioned. So I mentioned within local policy, so it's ticking boxes in terms of both national and local policy. In terms of design and layout, the new station buildings would have a similar footprint to what was previously there. It's of a modern design. The old station buildings now demolished were, as I said, dated from roughly about the 1960s and probably were beyond their design life. So there's a vast visual improvement, and there'll be an improvement to the amenity of users of that station. There is some loss of landscaping, however, that will be mitigated by new tree planting, which would be secured by planning condition. And similarly, in terms of residential amenity, there are residential properties to the east and to the west to a degree. The ones to the east are probably closer to the new station buildings, but again, subject to mitigation through a construction, environmental management plan and landscaping. We don't consider there's any significant harm to amenity. In terms of highways, well, there are no objections, and I think it's already been probably mentioned, and it's worth mentioning in perhaps a little bit more detail, that it's expected there'll be a phased approach to the development, in that this is phase one, so a replacement station building, new overbridge, etc. Phase two will be on the other side of the road, and that will comprise car parking, cycle parking, bus turnaround. And by way of the very latest update we have, the planning department receives a formal request for pre-application planning advice from the applicant yesterday. So that is being logged in at the moment, and what that basically means, it's not a formal planning permission yet, but it shows a direction of travel, and the direction of travel would indicate that a formal planning application would be submitted in the not too distant future, and that will be assessed on its merits and brought before this planning committee, because the applicant will be the council itself. So you're looking at phase one tonight. Although I can't guarantee it, there's an indication that phase two, so that's the bus turnaround and the car parking facilities I've just mentioned, is on the horizon and will be brought to a future planning committee. So going back to what's in front of you on the screen, and again, in terms of the planning history, which is set out within the report, there was a planning application considered and approved in 2017/2018. And what those drawings in front of you show you what's currently proposed compared to what was consented just over 3 years ago. So that's just a sort of an overview picture there, showing the arrangements of buildings. Again, it's not particularly different, although the current proposal is probably closer to London Road than the previous proposal, and there's probably a little bit less in the way of commercial floor space, but it's not wildly different in terms of its principle to what was considered previously. Station layout, so what you've got there, just concentrate on the top image there. You've got the current 2020 application, top left, top right, the 2017 application, and then the bottom image of those three is the former station layout. And again, we're talking about something which is broadly comparable with what was consented in 2018, although it was a 2017 application. In terms of the footbridge, which is a key component of the proposals, again, on the right hand side you've got what was consented previously and what you have in front of you now. Again, it's not dissimilar, in terms of its position and its function. Just finishing off on terms of the issues, and we're aware this was an issue locally fairly recently in terms of flood risk. So the Stamford Brook, which is defined as a main river by the Environment Agency, if you don't mind, I'll flip back to Google Earth. That's probably best to explain it. So on the right hand side of the railway line and to the right hand side of the station buildings, there is a watercourse called Stamford Brook. That is a main river as defined by the Environment Agency, and the site itself is within the medium and the high flood risk zones, that's zones 2 and 3, albeit the site is protected. That basically means that tidal defences adjacent to the Thames protect the site up to about a 1 in 1,000 year flood event. Land to the north of London Road is also within the medium and high flood risk zones, albeit it's not protected by the tidal defences, the sort of full extent of the tidal defences in London Road. The key point to make on flood risk here is that a flood risk assessment has been submitted. We've applied what's called the sequential and exceptions tests, which we have to for these sorts of developments, being in the medium and high flood risk zones, and those tests are passed. The Environment Agency, the statutory consultee for these sorts of matters, has been consulted. They do not object. They've noted that floor levels of the new station facilities would be above the modelled 1 in 200 year flood event. So there is no flood risk objection to the application. So putting that all together, Chair, the recommendation before you is to grant planning permission, and that's subject to the conditions which are set out on pages 277 through to 280 of the agenda before you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Matt, if you could put down the presentation so I can see everyone, and then I'll invite everyone to ask questions. So there are questions at the moment. And I'll go to Councillor Byrne. I think you had your hand up first.
Yes, please. Flooding. The whole site flooded 9 days ago. So what are you talking about? Where have you been? It was underwater. We was up to our knees. We needed flippers. So are you talking about the Stamford station or the Stamford station in America? The riverbank, there's a different level. That will need piling. Can you show us a safe drop-off point for the station where we actually drop off our passengers safely so they don't get run over? You are just, I don't know where you've been. You're not looking at Stamford station. You're looking at Stamford, America. You must be, because you are on a different level. The place flooded 9 days ago. Come on, wake up. Give the residents something nice. We've been knocked down. We've had 3 years of not having a station. Look into it and give the residents what they want, not what you want.
Okay, thank you for those comments there, Councillor Byrne. Matt, obviously, I think I picked up two things there. One was in relation to accessibility compared to what the station is at the moment. And I think the second point was in relation to flooding, and that was on, I believe, the phase 2 part of the development. If you could update the committee, thank you. Matt, are you on mute at the moment?
Yeah, sorry, Chair, the schoolboy error there. Yeah, I thought I did address the point about flooding, but maybe I need to just run through that once again for everybody's benefit.
It flooded 9 days ago. We were up to our knees. What more do you want?
Councillor Byrne, if you could allow Matt to respond, thank you.
But they're not talking, we're talking about what they think or what they do. What is actual? Stamford is underwater and it's flooding. You've got to go there and have a look at it. Where have you looked at? You haven't been there, have you? You're obviously not looking.
Councillor Byrne, come on, a couple of things, right? First and foremost, you've got to allow Matt to respond. And if you don't allow Matt to respond, unfortunately, I'm going to have to mute you. So just all I'm asking is that you allow him an opportunity to respond. And the second point is, you're saying Stamford's underwater. You need to be specific. What you're saying is that I believe it's the Daybreak Window site is underwater.
Brewery site was underwater. Every time it rains, it's underwater.
Okay. Okay, right. So, and is that in relation to what we're discussing here this evening, phase 1, or is that on the phase 2 part of the site?
It's the station. It's not phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. It's the station. Okay. It's the whole picture, not a little bit, not the nice bits. It's all the bits, please.
Okay, thank you, Matt. I'll bring you in there. So if you could just continue where you left off, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I did explain in introduction, but I'll say it again. That there is a main river adjacent to the site. So that's a definition given to us by the Environment Agency, and that the site itself is within flood zones 2 and 3, albeit it is protected. But what that basically means, if there was a tidal surge, the site, i.e. the site before you, and land south of London Road is protected, land to the north wouldn't be protected in a tidal surge event. In terms of that, and I'm not doubting for a second what Councillor Byrne is saying, because we've all seen the photographs on social media, and I'm familiar with Stamford Brook to the north, because recently we've had the Reserve Matters application for the site off the Manor-way into the west of Victoria Road. So I'm aware of that watercourse. I'm aware of where it goes. In terms of the planning considerations, yes, flood risk is a planning consideration, and that is why the application is submitted with a flood risk assessment. And that is why, as a planning authority, we have to apply what's called the sequential test and the exceptions test. They are passed in this case. And the reasons why they are passed in this case is and put simply, there is nowhere else to put the station. The logical place to put a replacement station is on the site of the existing station. So those tests are passed. There's nowhere else it can go. The other key consideration for planning, and the NPPF is quite clear, is that development, i.e. the application you have before you, should not increase risk of flooding elsewhere, which goes, I think, to the point Councillor Byrne is making. No development anywhere in the borough should increase flood risk elsewhere. Now, what we've had in terms of consultation responses and responses from the consultant who produced the flood risk assessment, which I'm just having a very quick look at, but there is no, the explanation put to us is there's no net loss of floodplain storage. It's not the case of we're building over the brook. I'm not disputing that the brook floods now and again, because it did recently. But the point is, this development does not make the situation worse, and that is the planning test. Albeit it wouldn't necessarily make the situation better, but it's very rare for a planning proposal to actually go above and beyond its own attenuation requirements. So the key point for planning here, and the policy test in the NPPF, which is relevant, is does this development increase the risk of flooding elsewhere, i.e. off-site? The answer is no, it doesn't, and therefore we cannot sustain an objection, and therefore we cannot sustain an objection on flood risk grounds, because there's no objection on that ground.
Do you want proof of that?
Okay, thank you for those comments there. Right, Councillor Fletcher, then Steve Taylor.
Sorry, Chair, you did raise two other things, so I've only addressed you addressed the point about piling. Now, I'm not
the safe drop-off for outside the station. For
okay. Let's do the safe drop-off for that point first. Now, I've said in the introduction again. This, if you like, is phase one. We've just received a request for pre-application planning advice for what's called phase two, so land on the northern side. And although I cannot sit here and guarantee you that an application will be submitted next week, I would suggest that any applicant, and we deal with this all the time, any application who takes the trouble to instruct an architect and consultants and request pre-application planning advice from the local planning authority is serious about making an application. So I would fully expect, in the fullness of time, once we've responded to that request for pre-application planning advice, for a formal application to be lodged with the local planning authority and for that to come back before this committee for consideration. So that's that point. Now, finally, on piling, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you, I'm not an expert, but what I would say is that we have an application before us which is accompanied by a range of different studies, including the usual sort of design and access statement type documents, flood risk assessment, lighting assessment, noise and vibration assessment. If piling is required, I would take the view that the applicant, having instructed those technical consultants, would be aware of what is required to pile a station, would be aware of the restrictions which would be imposed by proximity to a main river, and if the consent of the Environment Agency was required, for example, or the PLA for that matter, because I think they actually own the watercourse, then they would go through that reasonable process, because you will see from the report that the applicant, in point of fact, is Thurrock Council.
I would take the view that the council is a competent and responsible organisation, and they will get the necessary consents and do things properly.
Can I mention the A13, which that was far from done the same, so you haven't got a great track record of getting things right, have you?
Okay, thank you. Right, I'll move on to Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Chair. Matt, are the two phases being delivered by different architects?
Yeah, Chair, I'll quickly have a look at what has been submitted. As I said, it only came in yesterday evening. So there is an accompanying report. It's the same engineering consultant. That's what I can confirm. Yes, it's the same engineering consultant. As I understand it, the project has been project managed by a consultant as well, with the sort of oversight of it. So, well, yeah, I can confirm it's the same engineering consultancy, AECOM, who have produced a number of the current application documents, and they've produced information to support the pre-application, the request for pre-application planning advice.
So is there any logical reason, if it's being delivered by the same engineering consultant, why we shouldn't view the whole rather than in two chunks? Is there any logical reason why we shouldn't be given the opportunity to view the whole thing and take a view on that?
Well, Chair, you have an application before you, which has been submitted. It's a legitimate planning application. It ticks the box in terms of its adequacy as a valid planning submission. It's been brought to committee because the council are the applicant, and that's the way the constitution works. There's nothing, or I mean, I'll turn the question round. There's nothing stopping you from determining this application before you tonight.
Well, I'll answer that question, Matt. We would rather see the whole picture.
Yes, but there's nothing stopping you making a decision. I can see your concern about, well, you need phase two to happen, but again, we go back to the point. It's each on its merits. There's nothing stopping you making a decision tonight on a legitimate planning application.
Yeah. Okay. Just to make the point, Matt, the reason why I think this is a concern, both for Councillor Byrne and myself, is it's not so much, wanting to see the whole thing, but we've been here before, and we're in danger of making the same mistake again. We started off with a plan which we eventually discovered we couldn't actually deliver. The result of that was we have no station, and we're in danger of doing the same thing again. You need to know the whole programme from start to finish in order to judge it on its merits. The danger is if you agree half of a project, we have no idea what phase two is going to look like, and we have no idea how it's going to relate to phase one. I'd rather not make the same mistakes a second time.
Exactly. Thank you.
Chair. I mean, I think Lee's got his hand up, but with in the grant, I get the point about phasing, because phasing is part and parcel of complex sites and difficult sites and sites which will be delivered over a particularly long time frame. So if we had, for example, I'll give an example, Purfleet Centre, which I'm very familiar with, will be delivered over 12 years and will comprise 9 zones, and within those zones there'll be any number of subzones. So that is complicated, but at the outset there was an outline planning application which this committee considered in 2019. Without oversimplifying it, what you have before you tonight is an application for a replacement station building, footbridge, extended platform, forecourt area. And on the other side of the road, on a site which is probably quite well known to you, and I can point out on the image if you want, there will be a proposal for a car park,
cycle parking, electric vehicle charging points, I think a cycle hire facility and a bus turnaround. I'm not going to oversimplify it, but in the grand scheme of things, that's not the most complicated proposal for you to perhaps vision and
Sure.
understand. So I don't necessarily think you should hold up consideration of a planning application which is live and is ready for determination, because you want comfort on something which is relatively straightforward in planning terms and has come forward at a different rate because the other issues were at play. There were land acquisition issues, which I'm sure some members will be aware. So that's why maybe there was a lag between what you have before you now and what you could legitimately expect in a few months' time. But others have got their hands up, so I'll stop there.
Okay, just to say, Matt, if it's that straightforward, then it shouldn't be a problem to get to see the two. The fact is that if we don't get to see the whole picture, there is a danger we make a decision which we later regret again.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Lee, did you want to come in quickly, and then I'll move on to Steve Taylor?
Thank you, Chair. It was really just to reiterate the point that Matt's already made. It's just it's the role of the planning committee is obviously to consider development proposals. It is a legitimate planning application. It can be determined this evening. I do appreciate members' caution around the next phase and what might come from that. I can understand the point around costs, but costs is immaterial. We couldn't, the planning committee, and we shouldn't be considering ourselves with costs of schemes or the likelihood of what could happen. It has to be considered on that application, on the merits of that application within that red line boundary. So it's really just to add that point there, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Steve Taylor.
Thanks, Chair. Matt, maybe I'm dim in all of this. That wouldn't surprise me at all. But why are the council? What's the scheme got to do with the council? Surely the station is part of Network Rail and their infrastructure, is it not? Hello, Matt.
Yeah, stations are generally Network Rail. Well, the whole track network is Network Rail responsibility. I think the station buildings are probably leased to C2C as the network operator. So there's that sort of dynamic going on as well.
So where does I don't, what I'm trying to understand is why this is an application being put forward by the council.
Well, it's part of there's a package here in that it's long been held as an aspiration to secure a bus turnaround within Stamford Hope. In fact, when the Section 106 legal agreement for London Gateway was signed in 2007.
Dot splash, yeah.
2007. That was one of the heads of terms within the agreement, because there's a link between employment generation at London Gateway and probably at TEP for that matter as well, because that's the next big thing in the area, getting people into a rail hub and getting them onto buses and get them down to London Gateway. So that's an aspiration or an objective the council's had for a long time, has known about for a long time. It's not that unusual for an applicant, be it the council or another, to seek to improve station facilities, because I'm going to give you the same example, Purfleet Centre, which this committee considered in 2019. That includes a replacement station at Purfleet, and that's physically moving the station to the north. It's not Network Rail who are delivering that. Obviously, Network Rail have a role in the sign-off and making sure it's to standard and all the rest of it, and it's quite a tortuous process, as I understand it. But that will be Purfleet Centre who will deliver the building. So it's not necessarily unheard of for an applicant, albeit in this case, be it the council in this case, to deliver that as part of the council's ambitions to improve that part of the town centre and for the wider benefits of public transport accessibility and promoting sustainable transport. So, yeah, I take your point. Network Rail, it's their kit, if you like, and I'm not quite sure how in the future. I'm assuming Network Rail would probably take on responsibility, I would imagine, but it's not unheard of for another applicant to promote improvements to facilities at stations, and I can give you another example in the borough, which is the Purfleet one.
Okay, I just am slightly bemused why the council's funding something that I would have thought is an asset that's owned by Network Rail, which is funded centrally by the government. So it's just, I'm a bit confused by the fact that it's Thurrock Council, but that's fine. Thanks, Matt. Thank you.
Yeah, Chair. I'm just one more thing, because I think Councillor Byrne's got his hand up, and I think Lee made the point, about the issue of funding and how the council's funding it. Straight back answer to that, in planning terms, as a local planning authority, you really should be considering that. It's the application's been made. You assume, as with any applicant, you assume they're serious about it and they've considered the financial implications and they are in a position to deliver it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be making an application in the first place.
Okay, thank you. Was it Councillor Byrne next?
Yes, please. So you just said you shouldn't be considering it, but we consider plans on 8. So really, what is the difference? But we'll have to say there is a financial cap on this for 19.6 million. If stage 2 costs 15 million, we will not be able to deliver phase 1 on 5 million. So you've said this is a full plan, but it's not. It's a bit plan. We have to see, you have to come forward and say there is 19.6 million and we can deliver that plan. You are trying to deliver something that we cannot achieve. So we have to please take this forward, do what your residents want, submit the whole plan, and then let's vote on it. We can't vote on bits because scrutiny was on Tuesday. Did you not look at that? Did you not see what happened? Did you say there's an envelope, there's a budget, we will have to cut back if there's not enough money? Please present the whole plan and let us vote on it. Don't let us vote on a little tiny bit of what's actually happening. Move it forward to another day.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Byrne. Matt, I got from that about the costs of the project. I think obviously it's been raised that the costs are effectively not part of this application, albeit I understand what Councillor Byrne's saying. Do you have anything to add to that?
I think Lee's touched on that already, and I perhaps to a degree touched on it. And we are aware that there's considerable interest in this, and no doubt there's been considerable debate about the budget and that sort of matter. In terms of a local planning authority planning committee making a decision on a planning application, you must address yourself to its compliance with development plan policy and all relevant material planning considerations. Now, the report sets out that it is supported in planning policy terms. The deliverability of the scheme, exactly how much it costs, isn't really material to your consideration. We have to assume, as with any other application on this agenda or any other agenda for that matter, that the applicant has done their risk assessment, they've done their due diligence, they know what the build cost will be. That's why they instruct consultants and engage consultants and advisors. Well, if you let me just let me finish the point, and I'll.
It's not gone out to tender, so how can they know the cost? They said this at scrutiny.
Councillor Byrne, if you could, Councillor Byrne, as I said, you need to allow Matt to. You'll be brought back in, but you need to allow Matt to finish the point. Matt, I think he was summing up, and then we'll move on. Did you have anything to add just to the end there, Matt?
Yeah, I was nearly there, Chair. I mean, all I was going to say is well, I've actually lost my train of thought now, but yeah, I think I've made the point. How material is, whether it's X million or X plus 1 million to the relevant planning considerations, its compliance with planning policy, etc. Now, if it turns out that the applicant has got it horribly wrong and they'll have to resubmit the application, well, I can't discount that, but I'm assuming on the basis of what you had before you, with the amount of consultancies involved, that they've thought about that, especially with the amount of public scrutiny that's been going on. So I don't really see that as material to what you have in front of you right now.
Okay, thank you for that, Matt. Are there any further questions? Councillor Byrne, I'll allow one more. Thank you.
Yeah, can you take us through the house build that was going to be car park, but now there's planning application will go in for the houses at the back of that estate? You haven't touched on that either. So can you take us through your due diligence on the house build on the brewery site?
Matt, picking up on that, obviously there was a reference there to car parking. What was the intention of the council in terms of car parking? Is it going to be the same, less, or is it going to be more? And then obviously what you can on the housing, obviously I appreciate it's outside the realms of the developer. Just give us a rough understanding on what your thoughts were. Thank you.
Yeah, Chair, I mean, I'll read out the description of the application or the request for pre-application planning advice we received yesterday evening. So it's upgrade and expansion of existing station car park. So I think the operative word there is expansion of existing station car park to create a station hub by providing up to 81 car parking spaces, including electric vehicle charging points in 3 disabled spaces, secure cycle storage for 84 bicycles, provision of 11 electric pedal bike hire, bus stop, turning space, pedestrian crossing, associated structures and landscaping. I haven't got the detailed plans in front of me, and I'd have to ask Councillor Byrne what he quite means by housing there. But that description says to me car parking, cycle parking, bus stop, turning space, pedestrian crossing. It doesn't imply housing. Now, on sites which are close to the station car park site as it was, we have had developers interested in redevelopment. I mean, obviously, those are informal and confidential submissions because they may or may not come to a planning application in the fullness of time. But I'd have to ask Councillor Byrne to maybe point out to me exactly where residential is proposed, because I haven't made that link yet.
Just reading up news, mate. It's all on there. We know. So we are residents, and you are just people that put through. We just want the full plan, not half a plan, a bit of a plan. Just whatever point I've got to do, I just want to propose that we listen to the whole plan, not a bit of a plan. If we get to that point, then we can vote on it or not vote on it. That's all I want to do. Whatever point that comes at, just please let me do it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Byrne. I think we are getting there because I don't think there's too many questions. So, Matt, sorry, just to clarify, you said 81 spaces. How many spaces are there at the moment? Do you know roughly?
Yeah, Chair, without getting up a Google Map image and trying to count them all, I couldn't confirm. But the word I picked up on there, which I'll pick up on again, upgrade and expansion of existing station car park. Now, by a reasonable reading of that term, you could say expansion would possibly mean some more spaces, but I'm not going to, short of sitting and counting them, I'm not. I couldn't tell you.
Okay, all right, no worries. I imagine. I think Julian, you got your hand up there.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I believe there are around about 70 or about 73 spaces at the moment.
73 spaces. So you're looking at an increase of potentially just under 10. But that I assume that could change at a later date. Yeah.
Hang on, Chair. That was I believe. So they haven't got a clue, to be honest, have they? We've got I believe there are this amount of spaces. We think there will be that amount of spaces. in reality, they don't know. Please, just to get the facts right, they don't know. I believe is not the exact amount of spaces. I believe there's.
Yeah, I think
believe in
respect
God.
to them. It's probably a difficult question from me because I'm asking questions that are outside the realm of the proposal. And then lastly, which is in the realms of the proposal, what was the general thought process? I mean, I know we look at the old application and it clearly ran into cost implications. What was the idea of not allowing access on the left-hand side of the road? So I understand you're going to put in a pedestrian crossing, so people that get off the bus, disabled users, should be able to safely cross the road. So is that what you're mitigating against, not having that sort of facility on the left-hand side? Matthew, if you want to come in there. Sorry,
Yeah,
thank you.
Chair.
Or it might be
When you say left-hand side, can you orientate?
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. So the station side, the current station side. What I mean is, on the old application, and I know we're not here to talk about the old application, it had the 2 bus turning circles, and then currently the station has a facility for a taxi or a car just to put in quickly, albeit very small, so people can get out. Looking at this development, clearly that's not there no longer. So everyone effectively is going to have to access the station if they're arriving by vehicle. They're going to have to cross the road, but you're putting in a pedestrian crossing to mitigate against that. And I was just wondering what the thought process was in removing that. If you know, thank you.
Yeah, Chair. This might be one for Julian to perhaps pick up. I mean, the description of the development in front of you. And again, I would emphasise the point. We were getting into detail about counting car parking spaces on a potential future phase, but the issue before you is the application before you tonight. The description before you does include forecourt. Now, I don't know if Julian's got a view about whether or not that forecourt serves a purpose in terms of allowing a car to drop off and pick up, or 2 cars to drop off and pick up. I'm not so sure without getting the plans up and going through it again in detail, but it does refer to forecourt. Whether or not that's a forecourt
You don't need to look, it doesn't.
Of a sufficient standard, of perhaps one for my colleague in highway to look at. Sorry to put you on the spot, Julian.
No, that's all right. Julian, would like to come in there and just clarify the thought process of the design of compared to what it was, what it is, and how we want it to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As you've been aware, obviously, it was myself who actually dealt with the planning application in terms of the comments, and obviously to keep a neutral view on what was submitted. Obviously, I've been not involved in the actual design or the design processes or what the thinking is behind what's proposed for phase 2. So obviously, because at some stage I will be commenting on those from a neutral point of view. But historically, there was a small little pull-in for taxis at the front of the station. And I believe the previous application was going to have a bus turn around facility. But I believe, again, that was to do with the service that would be serving the DP World and around. The 2 bus stops that are currently there, one which is just to the east of the station, and the one that's to the west will remain as where they are. So they will service the station as they currently do at the moment. So the only slight difference between the current application and what was there historically was there is no slight pulling, but we didn't consider that was a significant issue to refuse the application.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm not sure if there's any more hands raised. I can't see any. So what we'll do, I understand we've got a speaker statement, Wendy, is that correct?
Yes, Chair.
And is that from the ward councillor, Terry Piccolo?
Yes, did you want me to start reading that one now, yeah?
Yes, thank you. I don't think, yeah, thank you.
Okay. So this is a statement of support from Councillor Piccolo, who's the ward councillor. I wish to register my support for this application for the following reasons. The application before you is for a modern station with improved facilities, wider platforms and a new footbridge and, importantly, a lift. It also negates the need for extensive works to the area backing onto Chantry Crescent. With the future number of potential commuters using the station to travel to the DP World complex and all that entails, a new, more efficient station is required, and I believe this will give us that. It has been a considerable time since work initially started on the project before it was suspended due to a number of reasons. Whilst eventually a temporary ticket office was sited in the car park opposite the station, this situation needs to be remedied as soon as possible. By pausing and reflecting on the original design, there is a better design for commuters and passengers, and I look forward to work starting as soon as it can should this application pass. The residents of Stamford Hope and the surrounding areas deserve a fully functioning modern station, and therefore I support this application and hope that this planning committee follows the officer recommendation. I appreciate that some may still have concerns regarding the additional parking to be supplied, but to ensure there are no delays to this part of the project, this application has come forward first. The design of the new parking area and bus station is still being worked on, and I understand will come forward in a not too distant future.
Okay, thank you for that, Wendy. Now, based on that, is there any further questions? Okay, I can't see any further questions there. So would anyone like to, we'll move on to the debate stage. Councillor Fletcher, I see your hands raised. Councillor Rice, next.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'd like to say I absolutely agree with Councillor Piccolo that the people of Stamford do need a fully functioning modern station. And it's precisely for that reason that I've been as obdurate as I have tonight about wanting to see the whole of the plan, not part of it. Bearing in mind the degree to which the council lost control of the previous plans, to the degree that we've ended up with a porter cabin, I think it's only reasonable to want to avoid making the same mistake again. So I reiterate, show us the whole plan and we will give that the most positive response, the most positive audience that we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fletcher. We'll go to Councillor Rice.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, well, I do fully support what Councillor Piccolo has said. Obviously, there are some concerns, but at the end of the day, we're not here to talk about money. We're here to talk about a planning application. I'd be inclined myself to let it go, because if we don't let this piece go, then the other piece will come in and we'll have nothing. It won't all come together. You know, we are told by our officers that we should really make a decision. And I know it's difficult, but, you know, this has been going on for a long, long time, and perhaps we need to make a decision this evening, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rice. We'll go to Councillor Shinnick.
Yeah, myself, I think I'll wait until I see the whole plan before I give my go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Byrne, I've got next.
Yes, again, the whole plan. When do I get to the point where I can propose the whole plan? Let's bear in mind, Councillor Piccolo was the one that allowed it to be knocked down for 2 years, supported permit, so the car parking charges have got 2 years. So I really don't think he's the person you can listen to when the whole of Stamford calls it the Piccolo stealth tax. So really, I would just kick that into touch and take no notice of that. What we want is the whole plan, and I want to propose that, ask for a seconder, and we don't want bits. So can we just get onto that at some point, please?
Okay, thank you. Has anyone else got their hands raised? And then we'll come to some form of conclusion. Councillor Rice, have you got your hand raised again?
Yeah, yes, Chair. I mean, I'm just trying to bounce things off you. would it be that we could defer the application so that we can actually get the other application in and determine the two together? Would that be acceptable?
Well, yeah, that's going to come down to opinion, and obviously, I know that's been practically proposed by Councillor Burns, so we'll head there shortly. Look, I understand why you're going to have reservations over this particular project, certainly given what's happened in the past. Generally, as chairman of the committee, I do look at these applications as they are, and I am looking at phase one. I'm quite confident when you look at the purchase of the Daybreak Windows site that clearly there's ambition to get a good turning circle there with the buses, with parking and a pedestrian crossing, which clearly the highways team are going to be on board with. So me personally, I'm happy to give this one the seed of approval because I do think that this project should get underway. I would, if we do reach that stage, I would like some form of condition that we cannot allow this development to go ahead without seeking proper approval for phase two. So that would have to be added as a condition, but that would be subject to how the votes turn out. So, Councillor Byrne, I can see your hands raised. What I'll do, I'll go to Lee after I spoke to you, and then we'll come to some sort of vote. Okay, Councillor Byrne.
Yeah, say the brewery site, you obviously got no idea because you said there's the ambition, but the guy that owns the current double glazing site went to the council and said, you can have this for £1 million. We said, we don't want that. Now we've bought it for nearly 4 million. So you're saying that we are showing commitment, we are showing terrible signs of due diligence when we have actually, and that was sold by a UKIP member. So we've been done up by a kipper, like a kipper. So the actual, you saying that, you've got no knowledge of what has actually happened.
Well, no, I don't concur with that, Councillor Byrne, and we can discuss that. Let's go to the vote, and you can vent any other opinions you've got. Councillor Fletcher.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It's just to say, I get where you're coming from with the question of approving this half of the plan, but making the approval condition on approval of the second half. To be quite honest, that's kind of counterproductive. You're just as well approving the two halves when you get to see the two halves, because worst comes to the worst, you approve this half, then when you see the rest of it, you think, oh, I wish I hadn't done that. I believe, particularly as phase two is apparently pretty well ready to be presented, that a deferral is the most sensible option. It means we can get to see the whole picture and, as I say, have a more positive debate about the whole thing when we actually know what it all looks like.
Okay, no, I take on board what you're saying. I think really for me, the ambition would be if we approve it tonight, it gets it to that next stage, as Councillor Piccolo alluded to. It's been some time now. I've got no issues with the particular design on that side, so I'm happy to wait. But I do take on board what you're saying there, Councillor Fletcher. Lee Nicholson, obviously we've had Councillor Byrne and Councillor Rice have expressed a desire to defer, and obviously we've got a recommendation for approval. How did you want to proceed? What should we do first? What vote?
Thank you, Chair. Just in terms of general advice to members, I guess, is that so I've listened to the debate here. I mean, I think we would just need to be clear as a planning committee what the planning reasons would be to defer. So it's, I mean, I'm hearing that members want to see the car parking, the bus turnaround arrangements, the cycle car parking arrangements, etc. But Chair, you have just mentioned about the idea of a condition. And clearly that could offer a way forward, I guess, if a suitably worded condition could, in theory, I'm thinking of almost sort of prior to first use of the station building, the car parking scheme needs to come on board or something like that, which I've obviously looked to legal to give a view on. That would obviously, I prefer if we were to go down that route, would be to draft that condition in conjunction with yourself, Chair, rather than try to put the wording together quickly this evening. But yeah, that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at the moment with this, Chair. If that helps.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Byrne had his hand up first, and then I'll go to Councillor Fletcher.
Yeah, can we put it forward that we actually bring the plan forward after it's gone to tender, because it's not gone to tender yet, so we don't know what we can deliver. So can we say, let us see what you can deliver, then present the plan on what we can deliver, not what we might be able to deliver? That's all people want, because at the moment we don't know whether we can deliver what this plan says. So can we do it in that way? Present the whole package once we know what we can deliver.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Byrne. Councillor Fletcher, did you want to add to that? And I'll go back to Lee.
Yes, I would. And to try and answer Lee's question about material reasons, we're looking at a situation where in the past we agreed a plan because the plan looked good. When it came to delivering it, we were told we couldn't. We are looking to avoid precisely the same situation. So, yes, I totally agree that I would prefer to be looking at this plan after it's gone out to tender and we've got some idea whether anybody reckons they can deliver it. But at the very least, to reiterate, I would like to see the whole plan so that we can consider it on its merits rather than be making premature decisions. And as I say, Lee, if you're looking for material reasons, one is to get the complete view, and two is to avoid the problems that we've had previously with this same project by making premature decisions. Sorry, thank you, Chair.
Sorry, everyone. I think the chair's just lost his connection. Let me just try to call him back in. Just give him a minute, please. Chair, you back with us?
Hello, Wendy, how you doing, right?
Yeah, we can hear you now, Chair.
Okay, excellent. Sorry about that. I just got to the end of what Councillor Fletcher was saying. Now, I've got another hand up. Councillor Byrne, is your hand still up? And then Lee, did you want to come in?
Yes, please. Just one comment on the timed out £600,000 from London Gateway on the station. We are now, if I believe, we are hoping for a voluntary contribution from DP World, where if we go to the TEP, it will be obligatory. So why are we relying on a funding that they may give, whether we actually, or we could be going for a guaranteed 600k? Why are we differing on that large amount of money?
Sorry, everyone. Just getting a chair back in again.
It appears we have phase one of the chair, Wendy. We're looking for phase two.
Half a chair. 3 chairs. Hip it.
Chair, you back with us now?
Yeah, sorry everyone. Sorry about that. Right, Councillor Byrne, sorry. Could you repeat what you said there?
Councillor Byrne, you're on mute if you're trying to talk.
Oh, sorry, I'm with you. I'm talking about I wanted to ask questions on the timed out £600,000 grant from DP Well, where that is a voluntary contribution now because it's timed out. But if we went to the Thames Enterprise Park, it would be compulsory. So why are we like dithering on a maybe when we can actually demand 600k? That one I'm kind of confused on, and so is DP Wells, I believe.
Sorry everyone, the chair's lost connection again. Councillor Fletcher, I look to you as Vice Chair. Are you happy to wait for the chair to reconnect?
Yeah, let's give him 5 minutes, Wendy, because given where we are time-wise, let's see if he can get back in the next couple of minutes. Otherwise, I suggest we put it to the chair that we might need to just carry on.
Yeah, okay.
Just give him a couple of minutes because he will be trying to get back in as we speak.
Okay, then Vice Chair, we'll have to adjourn this meeting then for 5 minutes to allow for the chair to come back in. Are you happy to adjourn that for 5 minutes so I can try and get the chair to reconnect?
Yeah. I think probably people could make good use of an adjournment.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay, we'll pause
So
the
let's give
stream.
it 5 minutes. And Wendy, in that 5 minutes, if I could ask you to get hold of Tom and just check with him what his feeling is about whether he reckons this is going to keep happening.
Okay, okay.
Thanks,
we'll
Wendy.
pause the stream now then.
Oh, he's back. He's back.
Is it? Yes.
He's back. He's back.
Okay, thank you everyone for that short adjournment. Hopefully my connection will stay alive for the duration of the meeting. So we was just, where was we? Who was next?
Chair, I was going to suggest that we're now 11:30. Perhaps we should vote on this one. Then our next item, we should defer till the next meeting and make it the first item. Because at 11:30, I think people are getting tired.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, obviously that's an alternative motion. You obviously need a seconder. I do think that we have a speaker. I think it's a James Bompass. I know we've heard from him before, so I know he's been waiting all night. So it depends on what you guys feel. If what do you think?
Well,
I'll second that.
I'm happy to second it. I think we need to, and to be fair to the speaker, we need to be in the right frame of mind to actually listen.
Yeah.
Everyone's getting tired.
I mean,
so if the speaker doesn't mind waiting, I think it's fair to him that we actually give him the time he deserves.
Okay, all right then. So that was
I
obviously.
agree that it's unfair to keep him waiting, but it'd be more unfair to have him speak and then not give the not give the thing due consideration.
Okay then. Okay, well that's clearly across the committee. So, Wendy, if you're happy with that, we'll defer that for the next meeting.
Yeah, make it first on the agenda, Chair.
Yeah, first on the agenda. Wendy, do you concur?
Yes, that's fine, Chair. I don't know if officers Lee wants to add anything to that. It will just go to the next meeting. Lee, is there any issues with this?
Thank you, Chandy. Thank you, Chair. Hi, Wendy. No, I mean, if that's what members are if that's members' wishes to conclude after this current item, then that's the wish of the committee, and we do have a meeting in 2 weeks' time. It isn't the full cycle round to the next meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. All right, then. Thank you very much for that. Okay, so we will carry on. Now, when I cut off, I understand it was Councillor Councillor Fletcher.
To be honest, Chair, I think I'd finished, and yeah, I'm just happy to move to the vote once. I believe Councillor Lawrence has got a hand up, but after that, happy to move to the vote.
Yeah, Councillor Lawrence.
Sorry, Chair, it was up by mistake.
All right then. Okay, so I don't think there's any more hands up. Lee, obviously you would have heard from members. There is a recommendation for approval. There is a desire to defer. How should we proceed? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Well, if there is an alternative motion put forward for deferral, that would need to be obviously made clear to the committee and then seconded and voted on. From listening to the debate, I can understand what members are saying in the sense that they want to see what supporting facilities would be brought about, to support the station in terms of car parking, bus turn facilities, cycle storage, EV charging, and that sort of infrastructure that sits alongside the station. So that is a planning reason. If members were looking to do that, obviously that's something that you can do. But as I say, motioner and then a seconder. But I just see that Max also had his hand up, Chair. Sorry, I've overlooked that.
Okay, and then Councillor Byrne. Thank you. Matt, please proceed.
Yeah, Chair, I won't be long, trust me. So there's 2 points, and I think they are related. So, clearly some members have expressed a view that both phases should be considered at the same time. All I'm going to say on that point is, if this was a private developer, for argument's sake, and they had a site on one side of the road and they promoted it for development, and they were looking at a site on the other side of the road, and for whatever reason that separate site came through at a different rate because of negotiations, because of land remediation, whatever, and the local planning authority said, no, we want to consider both sites at the same time, I think in those sorts of situations an applicant could rightly say, why do you need to consider both at the same time? My sites are self-contained, they stand on their own merits. So I don't think there's anything wrong with you considering the application before you, but that's your decision. What I would say though is, if you delay determining the application before you because you want to see the detail of a future application, well, that could have implications for deliverability of the station, because the timing of deliverability, the construction costs are a factor. So whether or not it would influence or indeed prejudice the delivery of the station is something you will need to consider, but I'll leave that there.
Okay, thank you. And just before we get there, I think that's is Councillor Fletcher. Do you have your hand raised?
Yeah, may I respond to that, Chair? Because I think it's important to. One, this is not, Matt, just to take your points. One, this is not a private developer putting forward a fairly small development. It is a major structural development of importance to the whole borough. Two, in terms of delaying, unfortunately, our piecemeal approach previously, our failure to actually take a look at the whole picture has delayed delivery by 2 years. So I think delaying it by another couple of weeks is, rather than being compounding the problem, is hopefully finding a better solution. I totally take your points, but I think actually we should learn from what we've not done right in the past. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm going to have to go to the vote soon. I've got Councillor Rice and then Byrne maybe, and then I'm going to have to go to the vote, guys. Thank you.
Just one point, Chair. It could well be that we've allowed 2 meetings this month. Perhaps we allow 2 meetings in March, and we give enough time for this to come back and to be debated together. I think that's the will of the committee at the moment. And that would make sense, because it's such an important project. that I believe a special meeting might be a good consideration and give us due time to consider it, you know.
Okay, no, thank you. Is that everyone's hands up? Yeah, okay. So I'm going to head to the vote. What we'll do, I can see your hands up there, Councillor Byrne. What I'll do now is we will go to that vote. I'll bring you in quickly, Councillor Byrne, before we get there. Now, obviously, I don't know how that's going to fall. If it's proposed for deferral, we go to deferral. If it's defeated, then I'll go to a vote for approval. But let's see where we end up. Councillor Byrne, just before we get there, final comments.
Yeah, just have to agree with Fletcher and everyone. This is not just somebody putting. This is. I've lived here since 1978. This is the first time this has ever happened. And we've waited 3 years. Don't forget, it's been on its knees for 3 years. A matter of a couple of weeks is not going to matter for something that probably my son and my daughters are going to see for the next 50, 60 years. So this has to be bang on. We can't say this will be okay now. But so I think, can I recommend a deferral until we see what the proposals are in the future? Then they come back after it's gone out to tender, because we don't know. We cannot know until it's been to out to tender. So can we defer this? Can I put that motion forward that we defer it until we know what we can deliver?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, obviously, you would have heard my comments earlier on. I am bored with what Matt said in terms of getting the project underway, but I understand members' concerns. So let's head to that vote. Did you have a seconder? I think, Councillor Fletcher, did you second?
I'll second.
Okay, so I'll go through each individual member individually. So that is a proposal put forward by Councillor Byrne.
Chair, so this is Chair, this is voting for or against the proposal to defer, yes?
Yeah, so if you want it to be deferred to hear both items together, then you need to be voting in favour. For or against. Now, obviously, yourself and Councillor Byrne are going for, in favour of a deferral. I will be, as chair, going against. I'll go to Councillor Churchman.
He disappeared.
Do you want to circle back to him, Chair?
Yeah, I'll come back to him. Wendy, if you could just try and get contact with Councillor Churchman. Let's go to Councillor Angela Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. Defer. It's late.
Yes.
Councillor Rice.
For.
Councillor Salmons.
For.
What was that? Sorry, I didn't hear that.
For. I'm for deferral.
And then Councillor Shinnick.
For deferral.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Wendy, did you get hold of Councillor Churchman?
Yes, sorry, I couldn't get the mic on. I was listening, but I couldn't get the mic. Floor.
Okay. Is that for deferral or against deferral, Colin?
For the deferral.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, then, so that looks pretty much unanimous, I think, with the exception of myself. Okay, Wendy, did you count those? Yeah.
Yes, I did, Chair. I got the same result as you.
Okay, so that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in favour, and just me against. Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, fantastic. All right then. Well, that concludes, I think, the meeting. Let's just sum up. What we've got there is Stamford Hope Railway Station, agenda item 12, 20/01743/FUL, has been deferred with the intention of bringing both applications back together so we can discuss those items, and it may be we discuss that as a unique item on the agenda, as suggested by Councillor Rice. But I can discuss that with the Vice Chair and see what he thinks best. All right then. Thank you everyone for your participation this evening, and I look forward to seeing you in 2 weeks' time.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Cheers. Thank you. Cheers. Cheers.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.